Yo, 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 yo. We're starting today's stream. Oh, he died already. Pro solo. Holy shit. Nice work, dude. Nice fucking work. Where is my scene changing? Here it is. Shagathal with a 7 months resub. Thank you so much. Let me shut this off here. Here we go. God damn. A lot of things happening, boys. Lots of things happening. New month, and in 4 fucking days, in 4 days, we get the Diablo 4 expansion. I genuinely don't know what the plan is for today. Like, it's fucking Friday. I'll stream tomorrow as well, by the way, because I've been off for 2 days taking care of my daughter. We've been in the introduction days to kindergarten. It's been wow. That was kindergarten. It's interesting. Pretty cool, but interesting. Oh my god. So yeah, that happened. But no, she's coping pretty well. Hannah took her today and Monday. Actually, no, she's not going on Monday. But on Tuesday, she's gonna start being there without our supervision. You died again? Yeah, I died right before I went off for 2 days to take care of my daughter. And here's the thing, right? Now that I was off for 2 fucking days, so I took care of my daughter and I was updating build guides for a D4. That's what I've been doing. So soon, our guys will be posted on Icy Veins. We're gonna have all of the Necromancer build guides. Come on. All of the Necromancer build guides will be posted, and all of the Spiritborn build guides will be... Actually, not all of them. I'm still working on a couple. But the build guides will be posted for Spiritborn and Necromancer. The other classes as well, of course, but those are for me. So that's gonna happen. And in 4 days, we have the fucking expansion, dude. I'm actually excited, dude. Holy fuck. Isn't the NDA up to for D4? In a couple of hours, yes. In a couple of hours. The build you made, guys based on already have the balance changes announced at the campfire. All of them, yes. Or did you have to go back and adjust? I still have to go back and adjust because I haven't finished the Paragon boards. You see, Icy Veins is finally getting a tool to create a Paragon system that people can engage with and much easier check. And that has not been updated yet. And I had some friends of mine checking out the Necromancer's updates whilst I was focusing on the Spiritborn. So basically, still have some Paragon stuff to do. Spiritborn Centipede spec. Fuck, man. Fuck. Okay, so I want to talk a lot about it. I do want to talk a lot about it. So I'm not really sure what today's plans are, because I kind of want to go with the gauntlet, and I kind of want to like focus a lot on the D4 stuff because I got guides coming out. So there's that. Shit. In 4 fucking days, man. So I want to talk about D4. About keeping NDAs, keep asking him. I'm not bad at it. What are you talking about, man? It never happened. So, yeah. Here's the thing. A lot of us content creators were allowed to play the D4 review access, right? And what happened was we were allowed to make content out of it that we were allowed to share when the NDA breaks. It's just that for me, I've been having a very hard time coping with sleeping schedule at the same time as I've been streaming, taking care of my daughter, and doing this off stream to prep for the guides. And apparently, if I post YouTube content with D4, my channel just dies. So what I've done is I focused every effort on the guides. So that's what I've been doing. But I'll be talking about it as soon as the NDA drops. Hey, GHAZZY guard, didn't run into a June encounter crypt map this time. Well, I was stupid enough to think that stupid enough to think that going into betrayal in the first place was a good idea. Wait, why can't I access my atlas with this character? Anyway, so I was thinking we'll do the gauntlet again, right? But the question is this: do we take a break from this and talk about D4 as soon as the NDA breaks? Because I kind of want to do that. And then the other part is, do I play a Necro or do I do a Guardian? Like, how many days is left of the event? And then I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well, by the way. 2 more days, yeah. I mean, I can finish the campaign in 1 day, but that's if I push it. But if I'm gonna go over to D4, it's gonna be really rough, right? So the real question is, do I play again? As I can't decide. That's why I have some problems with this. Just do Trickster. I mean, it's 2 days. I fucking died twice. Like, I literally, what happened from my Gauntlet experience, I did the campaign very well. Now, let's count the deaths, right? I died 6 times. First death was rank 3 Guardian, was about to get rank 2, and that was unfortunate multi-prod shotgun splash effect in Torched, where the fuck was it? Here. Torch Courts after Innocence, which I demolished, by the way. That was the best fucking start I've ever had in a Gauntlet. It was so fucking smooth, and I died to multi-prod. I will talk about D4 as soon as the NDA breaks. I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't want to risk breaking the NDA. So as soon as the NDA drops, I'll talk about D4. And I'll say this. I think a lot of people will be very excited with the step that they're taking. And no, I'm not being paid for it. I made a post about... Oh, actually, let me show you that. I don't dare to go on Twitter anymore, man. By the way. I'll be on my profile, because Twitter's just filled with porn all the time. So I made this, right? And people were like talking about... Where was it? It was one comment I saw. What was it? Imagine putting in a lot of work when everyone pretty much shits on D4. Oh, wait, it's going on for over a year now. PoE 2 is going to suck as well. Okay. No. D4 bad power metal. Weren't a bunch of D4 employees laid off. Good on you for the paid promotion, though. Here's the thing, boys. If I have a paid promotion, I am obligated to state that. Like, legally, I have to have a hashtag sponsor or hashtag ad. Like, I have no choice. That's just how it works for us content creators. So no, I'm not being paid to this. I was invited to play the review access, which I happily accepted. And I've been having a lot of fun with it. Let's put it that way. And a lot of sleepless nights. Since I haven't been able to stream it, I've basically been spending the last week and more streaming, and then taking care of my daughter, and then playing D4 off stream. So there's a reason I've been fucking exhausted lately. This is besides the you know, before that I was sick all the time with my daughter, and that's about it. But yeah, the D4 is I'll say this, they're taking really cool steps. And we'll see how it feels. It's going to be a very interesting ride to be on. Let's put it that way. Early access farmer gaining benefit from the company. Kind of spoon. Well, I am literally an official Diablo partner. Yo, Chronix! Actually, Chronix. You know what we'll do? Chronix, how much did you pump? How much did you pump? Omega pump? Dude, my schedule was fucked, man. Fucked. Like, really fucked. Like, it was like, wow. Are you sticking Necro, or are you going Spiritborn, by the way? I might do the pump as much as I could. Like, I had the PoE streams over to taking care of my daughter. Hey, dude, Ante or something, man. And then over to playing the D4 off stream, right? and then I was sick. Oh man, dude. At the very end, I was talking to Crip a couple of days ago, and it was like, I don't know, half the conversation I was like fucking out of it. So I had to be like, yo, I gotta sleep, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. It was so crazy. Impromptu tavern talk chat. So I'm checking with DM. We actually will have a tavern talk tomorrow. But I never got confirmation what time we set. But tomorrow, I think we're going to have it at the same time. But I'll double check with him. I'm waiting for him to wake up and respond. Tomorrow, we have a tavern talk with Rax. Joint number 1, T4 Citadel, Hardcore is Spiriborn, then I go Necro. Are you going to do that with... How much can I say? Are you going to do that with, like, the quill volley shit? Or, like, armor stacking stuff? Or doubling down on circles? Yes, on the quill volley? Yeah. Dude, fuck me, man. I'm curious, without breaking NDA, what was your take on the centipede? So what I was thinking, Chronix, is... Once the NDA breaks... Wait, in how many hours is the NDA? What I'm trying to get at is, you want to jump on a call and talk about it? Like, say in half an hour, after the NDA? Sure. All right. Let's call it a date, then. All right. We got a date set with Chronix tonight, boys. Fuck, man. Like, the problem is, NDA is soon. And the real question is, like, do I go again in the gauntlet, or just say, fuck it, we'll go over to D4? Because, like, the NDA breaks tonight. I'm not sure, boys. I'm not sure. Because I really want to talk about the stuff from the D4 stuff. 1 hour rip speed run. I mean, let's see. Runic Strive Gauntlets. What do I even get for level 75? Where's the reward? It's here, right? What do I even get? Oh my god. I'm not getting the fucking disc, man. At least I get this. Divergence. That's just the weapons. I have most of these. Like, the problem... Okay, so here's the problem when you have a shitload of supporter packs. Your MTX list looks like this. Like, this is what happens when you play the game for 10 years and you spend an obnoxious amount of money on a game that's free to play. Right? So, fuck, man. So, what happened for me in the gauntlet was this, right? I had 6 deaths. The first one, I died to unfortunate shotgun proj at rank 3 Guardian here. And because of the D4 stuff, I was unable to actually race. I really, really, really wanted to race. And I was aiming to do it as a Guardian, hoping I could at least get the minion bounty right. Did the minion bounty even get collected? Let's find out. I don't think it did. Oh, look at this. This is what I was talking about. I was going to do it with a red gem. Wow, blue never did it? Fuck, man. So I wanted to do that. No, green is Bama. 100% Bama. Does so much damage. But yeah, I did really well. So first death, rank 3 Guardian in the Torch Court. Unfortunate multi-proj, right? Where did I die on the second time? Does anyone remember? No, I died on Hillock, I think. Yeah, I died on Hillock. I died on a mule as well, but that was whatever. So I died on Hillock once. Where was the third death? Anyone remember? Actually, I have a rip command. So let's check this out. This is my journey, right? In the gauntlet. Okay. This is the first one. Look at this. I get stuck.
Oh, no! Fuck!
Like, look at this as I get stuck. Frost blinks off cooldown, and I can't. You see, I'm trying to aim, but I can't. And I'm dying to the multi-proj. And the second death was Hillock. Third death is here.
A couple of them down, right?
Right, fuck. I died to Vol Oversoul. Like, this is the problem with SRS here. You see how the SRSs are dying? You can see it very clearly here. This is why I changed over to Absolution, right? So I got my minions here. They die immediately to the proj. Here's an SRS unit. 2 SRS units here. And now they're dead, right? I summon a new one. He's already 20% life, right? Gauntlet with the Absolution here was made much easier, right? Right, I just fucking get shot with the projectiles, right? So that was rip number 3. Oh, rip 2. And then we have... Okay, so here's the start of my downward spiral, right? Multi-proj, and the first thing I encounter is this rare guy has also extra projectiles. I die in 2 hits from her. 1 and then 2, right? So essentially what happened here is my downward spiral of my performance. I don't know why I was doing it. I'm going to scuff it up to the point where I was just sleep deprived. Because what really happened was that every time I reached maps, I did a couple of maps, then I decided for some stupid odd reason to do a map that I really shouldn't be doing. This was multi-proj, and the second map rip I had was doing a crit map with fucking betrayal. Like, that's a one-way ticket to death, right? That was third rip. Fourth one. All right, I did die to Isaro. This is also... no, that's the wrong one. That was fourth rip. Fifth rip. So here's the thing with this one.
The issue is not...
I'm level 29 or 30. Normally, what I did this before, I don't really need this. I could have just farmed to 32, 33 and had like 12, 1300 life. And I just get completely clapped by the projectiles.
Fucking damage.
Here, projectiles, and now I'm dead. 28 even, right? So this was completely unnecessary because after I've done this, I would still have leveled up. So I should have just leveled up before doing this. So that was just unnecessary. I would scuff this up as a fucking greedy suicide. Completely stupid to do this, right? And then we had the 6th rip is, again, I finally get to maps and I do a crit betrayal.
June on a crit map, though.
You see what I'm saying? I literally say, let's not do... Wait, hold on. These guys are fucking loud as shit, man.
I must have time to gather my will.
There we go.
Let's not do June on a crit map, though.
And the first thing I do is go straight into fucking betrayal, right? On a crit map, dude. Like, I literally even say it, man. It's so stupid. Yes, sir, Chronix. And that's it. That's my 6th rip. So basically, the journey I had was every time I got to... Well, not every time. Well, yes, every time, actually. Which one of them are? Glad you're enjoying it, dude. Every time I got to maps, I basically suicided. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. First the crit... Well, first the proj map, and then the crit. Yeah, but like the problem wasn't what happened in the map, though, Dragon. The problem is what happened before the map. I decide to run a rare map with crits, and I deliberately had already chosen to run betrayal because I wanted the veiled items because they're really good for gearing, right? I just should not be running betrayal altogether, at all. And I just decided that that would be a really good idea.
Stay vigilant.
And I had this spect. I had these fucking node spects. Like, I should just straight up... Like, if I saw betrayal, I should have just left. That's what I should have done. And I decided to run it anyways. So Isara was a greedy rip. And the only rip I had that wasn't something that was deliberately suiciding was the first rip I had, essentially. Everything else was just stupid mistakes. Yeah, I think that the way the gauntlet was set, right, was making the daddy brain, yeah, you know, like having the same complete focus on the game, clearly. Like, the campaign was really hard, but as a guardian, you trivialize the boss counters once you get the first lab done. So after that, I was just steamrolling the gauntlet campaign very easily, and that was the hard part. But keep in mind, now I'm like speed running through the gauntlets campaign, which is a really hard state of the game. And I was speed running it easily. It was piss easy. People were like struggling with the filter bosses. See, once I got to Innocence, demolished. Once I got to Kitava, demolished. Act 6, Brine King, demolished. Fucking the spider boss here, completely demolished. Act 8, demolished. People were struggling with Depraved Trinity and Rotting Core. Fucking demolished. Like, it was easy as fuck. First time I saw it, I had to focus, but the second time was like easy peasy. Kitava at the very end, easy peasy. And then I enter a map stage, which is supposed to be a breather, right? So they made the mapping stage much easier. It was still hard, but it was much easier. And I'm like in this state. I did the hard part easily. Now I'm in the easy part. I can jump up and juice it a bit. And I just suicided. Absolutely stupid. But yeah, I really wish I could race. I think next gauntlet, if I have time, I might actually deliberately prep and genuinely try to race it as a minion build. Next gauntlet, PV2, not sure about that. But yeah, so that basically is my journey. It's just suiciding, man. It was so stupid. But I had a lot of fun, though. I think my performance on the first character was really nice, though. But here's the thing, right? As a Guardian, SRS was shit. I think I should have just stuck with Absolution. And then switched to, like, either Holy Relic, Spectre, or Bomb. Someone already did the Bomb, right? And that Gauntlet, that bounty was for a regular Maven or whatever it was, regular endgame boss. So I could have done that. Like, I could have done that with basically most things. All I had to do was just level up, right? My second and last rate was in a blue map with just plus damage, and the boss just sapped me to Kingdom Come map before without an issue, and it wouldn't matter much. Did the bosses in the maps have different effects as well? Did 8-9, level 73, first time Golden Hardcore. That's pretty fucking good, dude. First time Golden Hardcore is pretty fucking impressive. Animate Weapon War Chief, nice. How far have you gotten, Nair? I had so much fun playing that build. I wonder if I still have it geared. Let me find out. I think it's still geared, unless I stole some gear. All right, let's see. I'm going to double check the NDA. 9 a.m. PDT. 1 hour and 9 minutes. All right. I've stolen some jewels from this character in flasks, and apparently the belt. Apparently I've stolen the belt as well. But god damn, dude. Yo, Anter, do you need currency? Do you need any currency, Anter? Because I'll be focusing a lot on D4. Maybe you want to take your cut of the currency. Sure. Yeah. Just take the currency. And because I'm not sure how much I'll be pushing with currency. What I will do, however, is a guy called Heal QQ has a really interesting take on a golem build. And I know a lot of people have been talking about golem builds. So I think that when I'm not doing the D4 stuff before the launch, I'm going to humor a golem build. The problem with golem builds is that on a low budget variant of it, you would actually play Elementalist. And then you would have to switch to, when you go higher budget, to Necromancer. Because the way you would play golems, based on what I saw from Heal QQ when I talked to Atros about it, is not caring. We'd actually go Stone Golem. Currently 89. That's awesome, Aaron. That's awesome, dude. So I'll humor that. So I sent out a message to Atros about it, see how far they got with it, and we'll play around with that and see what we do. Let me update this stream command. Updates. You need divines or just mirrors. I guess I could hold on to the divines so I can play with that, unless you really need it. I got a fracturing orb. What else could you want? Do you need any crafting materials, Hunter? I got you got a bunch of nulls. I'm not sure if I'll crap with that. I doubt it. If there's anything else you need. We don't need them and the Lee. Alright. You can grab these, I guess. Or maybe I'll run that on that build, actually. Alright. I'll probably have more mirrors after when the league is about to end or is ending. Because there's no fucking way I'll blow up another 3 mirrors. So you can take those as well when we're done. Oh, yeah. And I guess you want the original mirror helmet later as well? When the league ends, I'll ship it over to you. Pleasure playing this league with you, Enter. It's been a while, man. Nice work, by the way. So for those of you who don't know, this is Enter, a good friend of mine. We've been doing a lot of crafting throughout the years in PoE, and we 2-man crafted the mirror helmet this league. It's actually really fucking nice. Do the same next league? Sounds good to me, dude. Nice work, man. GG. Pleasure as always. So what we do is we actually just share all the currency. We don't really care at this point. And then we gamba, and then we lose everything, or we win big, and then we share whatever is left. And then we do whatever the fuck we want. It's pretty fun. Testing ADS by Dorian's prototype is crazy. ADS is pretty cheap. You got footage of that? Oh shit, ads are about to play, guys. If you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I think everything was dying instantly. Campaign on blue gear. I mean, minions and campaign is like you only need rests and attributes in life, and then you're done, which is kind of nice. That's kind of it. So I do have to do some changes, but we'll see where the patch notes kicks in for the next league. It's gonna be fun. Survivability going on it, or the items. Well, I mean, okay, let me see if I could show you a fun PUB.
Welcome to the crew life.
Scrads with the 32 months. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that, dude. So this is a higher budget stone golem build, right? Let's see if the PUB is accurately set. This is with not woke multi precision AA. And he's running Thunderbird, Dancing... Wait, Imperfect? Thunderbird, Dancing Sword, Hulking, and Blood Demon. Now, the sword won't survive that well. It's a Modest Teaching, Ulnatal, Charisma. Spell Suppression is 96%. That was one of the things I did not like about this. Classical 8P passive clusters, like back in the good old days. AG... I mean, he could just set these up. Except the sword. Sword you'd have to do. Brittle Sin. Okay. AG Kingmaker. Okay. So this is like a higher budget version of this build. And as you can see, like with the gear and everything, like it's not... It's dual wielding. Trying to call it? No, you'll need harmonies. Like you need a ton of harmonies for this to work. In this type of budget, right? But it's a cool one. Big shout out to Mr. Heel QQ for this one, by the way. But so there's a couple of things I did not like about this build personally. One of them is I don't like having 96% spell suppression. Not to mention that is done with spell suppression being lucky. I don't like 96% at all. So that's one thing I didn't like. And the other one is this PB doesn't have the rest covered. We'll fix that. But the fist mitigation and the general approach of defense is something I wasn't a big fan of. However, what's really cool with this build is that it's a CI build with 8,000 energy shield. And the energy shield you get from the gear is like, it's not that crazy, except for maybe the chest armor, which had like 1,200, I think. Yeah. That's about it. And this is not that hard to craft either, to be fair. But it's a good one. So, like, this type of gear is really cool. So, what we talked about, me and Atros, is that Heel QQ has this really cool approach to this. What we wanted to do is make some slight adjustments to the build. I mean, I would go for cooldown recovery on the convocation and stuff like that, which he actually can pick up right here. And I would very likely do, like, look at increasing the fist damage mitigation. Like, the auras and whatnot, I would probably skip the sword and run a Guardian Turtle. Now, I know the armor is kind of irrelevant because it doesn't have much. In this case, like, he basically has no armor, right? But what he can do with a determination is use a Guardian Turtle for 5% PDR. And then on top of having 5% PDR, he can grab himself a Watcher's Eye for even more. The problem with golem builds that is played like this is that we're in a position where you need so many jewel slots, right? You need so many harmonies for the stone golem to work. So this is why you would play as an elementalist so you get more harmonies. And then you'd go a harmony so that you get the CDR. So what it does is that it gets your golems increased cooldown recovery rates. And the goal is actually to get Stone Golem of Hordes, Slam, that skill cooldown needs to be at a point where they will multi-strike the Slam. And when that attack is over, you want them to immediately use the Slam again. So that's why you have to stack these harmony jewels for this to work. And in this case, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these motherfuckers. A 38% roll. Like, it's a lot of CDR. Skill cooldown is 0.89 seconds, right? So it's every second they can do it. But they also need to multi-strike it, right? But you can get so much CDR on these fuckers that you're able to push this out with like woke multi-strike to even make up for that CDR, which is kind of crazy. A Dynamic 10 on the gauntlet, a random red Einar beast one-shot me and I was face tanking Trinity. What the fuck? Did that beast have like projectiles or something? That sounds crazy, dude. What the fuck? Full block with life recovery and block, any shield recovering block is getting pretty cheap. That's exactly what it had. Okay. So here's the other thing, right? This build is dual wielding. Now, if you were to drop this item, let's see, removing this, and I would lose how much damage? 51. I go down to 35 million, right? So it's a pretty big drop. Haystar, Blinds, Crushing Claws, Krashik. Oh, it was... Oh, with the Krashik Presence. Oh, shit. Krashik Presence. Krashik Presence. That's Fist is extra cold. That's pretty massive, actually. That's actually pretty massive. Side league and a definitive league winners I have to try. Archmage Hierophant. For minions, it would be Spectre War Tank or the Doriani's prototype Spectre that I've been running. You can type exclamation mark new to check it out. There's War Chief Animate Weapon. There's the Cheerleader Champion DB if you want to try that, which is those are like the new innovation builds that we made. Poisonous Rest, Poisonous Stew Master Cold, Holy Relic Poison, Holy Relic Cold. Bomb in general from Previ would be really good as well. If you want to go for minions. That sounds crazy, Therapy. That Act 10 a various slash that I was far away from him, but the Ink AoE proved me wrong. Oh, dude, I got hit by that once and I went down to like a few hundred HP. That was crazy. Like, actually crazy. So, and I had a lot of respect for that ability after getting hit by that. Because if that would have crit me, I would have died. That shit was damaging, dude. Like, actual damage. So I don't know, boys. I think the decision is that we're not going to do the gauntlet tonight, because in 55 minutes NDA breaks for D4. So I will be playing or streaming some D4 content and talking about the Spiritborn class, because I'll be having build guides for Necromancer and Spiritborn. So that's gonna happen, and there's a lot to talk about when it comes to D4, like a lot. So that's about it. What's a new class about? It's supposed to be a new shaman. Okay, like the NDA is off in 56 minutes, so Spiritborn is like, it plays like a rogue and feels like a druid 2.0. Does that make sense? It has like extremely fluent combat playstyle. I didn't like the rogue though. It feels like a better playstyle of that for me at least, but it's like a rogue-ish playstyle. But the thematic and the way the abilities work is like a druid 2.0. That would be the best way to describe the class. English isn't my main language, so I kind of get lost. But if I want to restart the gauntlet from zero, what do you recommend me to run? Some of the minions, if possible, so it's extra safe. If you're not going to kill Ubers... then I would say... you could try this, but don't use the SRS that's in the build. I would say use Absolution, and then when you get the first lab done, you want to do Absolution, Physical to Lightning, Overcharge, and if you have a 4-link, you add Faster Casting. Never use Spell Echo. And if you do that, you will steamroll the entire campaign after getting the first lab done. You're not going to do Ubers with that, though. But don't use SRS. That was my original plan. I wanted to make SRS work, but yeah. Hero of Agony Judge will make the campaign easier. The regular campaign without gauntlet mons. I don't know about that. But yeah, like this is what I've been using for the gauntlet. It's been very comfortable. Like very, very comfy. This is how I demolished the campaign, at least. Which character do I have that's geared right now? The Spectre build, right? Did I ever put the base pad on? I did. So this is the character I made. Oh, I have to beat my head out for that. Very nice. This build was doing pretty goddamn well. So this is the Doriani's prototype setup. And I put the specters in the gloves eventually, so I like this. Like, Absolution was kind of needed for the second Act 2 boss, right? Simply for the surge damage. Like, you'll use SRS till you get Absolution. And then the damage from that is just so good. Like the Vol Oversoul, you want to kill like 1 or 2 of the architects and then you surge the boss. Avoid / tank the rest, basically. That's what I did, at least. Well, that's kind of like the plan. But yeah, I mean, Spiritborn is going to be fun. I'm going to get a call up for Chronix when the NDA is over. And we'll go through a few things. A couple things I want to talk about when it comes to the D4. That's very, very, very interesting. So we'll see how it goes. What I do is drop a spell to whistle spell, just run around for like 15 seconds. I used decoy totem, and like the Absolution does so much damage. What you really want to do, Therapy, is if you can, you want to get Vol Absolution, because the Vol version of that does so much fucking damage. Like, it's ridiculous how much damage the Vol Absolution does. So you have either Vol Orbs, Vol Side Areas, or the Corruption that you can only use once at the end of Act 2, right? Try to get a Vol Absolution out of it. And the damage output of that is crazy. I'm not sure if we have any footage of me doing that. I'm a YouTube guy for it. Just now being in your gauntlets. Oh, the Herald of Agony? That's what you're talking about? I never liked the Herald of Agony. Like, Jug's always inherently tanky, right? So since that's always a good call, I'm not sure. Just never liked the playstyle of it, personally, at least. Oh, yeah. All right. You do the challenges, seem pretty chill. I think I finished it. Yeah, I did. I never go 40. I always do 36 just for the MTXs. Like, I'll do that. That's about it. I wasn't a big fan of the outfit, actually, but the portal was nice. So I went for the portal. The King's March. Weapon, I guess, is kind of fine. The Runebind weapon effect. That's about it. So I did those. It was actually very easy to do challenges this league. Like, very, very easy. Give me a second. Me saying, last kill was Vol Absolution SRS. The big guy nuked the first wave of SRS splash damage to Oversoul till he was dead. Holy Flame Tony to drop in front of the lower health ads. First wave kill enough before the minions were killed by the beam. I didn't like the SRS style for it. I think Absolution just does better in general for it. That's at least my take on it. All right, boys. I'm curious, how many of you guys are actually going to play the D4 expansion? It's 4 days left, man. NDA drops in 48 minutes. 48 fucking minutes, man. Didn't like D4 at all. This shit looks like a mobile game. Really? Not sure if I agree with that. I think the graphics are pretty alright. LE guy. Never played D4, but I'll be a PV2 guy when it comes out. That's fair. Can't wait to play, but after work, yeah. Diablo Immortal? No, I'm talking about Diablo 4 expansion, Vessel of Hatred. Launches in 4 days. Like, literally 4 days from now. They released, got bored of the gameplay loop. Alright. Fair enough, fair enough. I think the graphics looked fine. First, at least. Average cronus with 34 months. Thanks so much, dude. You know what they're having, right? On launch? Having this like support a stream thing where you can give 2 subs to get a mount, and if you give 4 subs, you get a mount with an armor and shit. Like, it's gonna be nuts, dude. Like, actually nuts. Holy shit. 4 isn't worth $100. Is it like... Is it $100? No shot. That's like 70. 60? Right? Supposed to play with a friend and he ditched me. That probably had something to do with it too. That's fair. Expansion edition? No. I'm very excited. I'll tell you that. There's some really cool stuff, dude. I can talk about it in 46 minutes. Oh, man. Like, fuck, I can't say anything, man. I need another 46 minutes. It's so cool, dude. They do last session, a season due to a lack of endgame, but the Merc thing brings back some diversity. Maybe we get something of an endgame in the end. Campfire got me pretty excited. I was already wanting to try out things. Now, I understand, like, I'm also in that boat where it took them a year to get here. But they're really doing good stuff now. It took them a year to get there, though. Potion implementation. Can't play DT because of how much better flash are in PoE. I'm excited for the expansion of the raid. Raids are pretty cool. And I like the whole multiplayer approach they have as well to it. That's really cool. I love that aspect of it. Like, I think that that is a cool way for them to, like, push in the idea of it being, like, multiplayer. D4 pots are better than D2. That I agree with. D2 is like, you fill your belt, and you have extra potion in your bag. And I remember, like, when you play your first character, you just overstock it. You're careful with using the potions. Unless you're playing hardcore, of course. We'll see. I think, like, something I want to talk to you guys about when it comes to D4 is, one, is expectations. And I want to do that after the endgame. And I'll probably talk to Chronix about that as well. So it's going to be fun. I want devs to do some of the potions D4. To what extent, though? Like, you want the potions to have, like, a certain effect and whatnot? There are already stated that there will be rune words that gets you, like, offerings on potion use, for example. Like PoE. So, a lot of people... When I've seen a lot of feedback and people talk about PoE and D4, what I see a lot of people saying is that Diablo 4 should do this, this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and that, and that, because that's what PoE is doing, or that's what LE is doing, or that's what Torsa is doing, right? And I keep thinking, I know D4 is, well, I can't say more too much, but the current state of the game, before the expansion, is not really catering to the type of player that I am. And I just feel like, why compared to the Thief of Joy? Well, let me ask you guys this then. Would you guys rather have D4 just be another version of PoE, or would you rather have it be a completely different game? Because the more people talk about this, I don't want the game to be the fucking same with a different coding or with a different outfit, right? The fact that they are different games is what makes it fun for me to play them. Like, I know D4 has, over the past year, not catered to the type of player base that I belong to, but I've still enjoyed 1 or 2 weeks of enjoyment from the game, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. And it's been great. And then I get bored and I play something else. But if the game was just a different version of PoE, then I'll be like, eh. It has to be different. We don't want every game to be the same. Right? Play the season more than this League of PoE. Oh shit. There you have it. If you enjoyed D4 so much that you play that more than this League of PoE, because I think this League of PoE was like one of the best leagues they've ever had, then I think you're going to love the expansion. A lot of people prefer D4 to be closer to D2 than D3, but the devs seem to have made up their mind in that regard. The game is definitely heading into more of a refined D3 situation. I don't think they will ever be able to make the game like D2. Like I was in that boat a year ago where I was like, yeah, let's see, D2 was the best shit ever, right? But here's the thing. Unless you're Mr. Llama, I find it really hard to play D2 a lot. Like, if I were to go back to D2, I would go through the difficulties and I would clear the game. But I playing minion build, like Necromancer minions in D2, and you get to Act 2? Fucking Maggot Lair? Oh my god, for fuck's sake, dude. And D2, like, minions was fun outside of that area. But then if you want to do, like, the aspirational, like, Tristram fights, like, the Uber boss and stuff like that, now you have to. Like, you have no choice but to grind out all the gear. First, you get Shaco and all the stuff. You get your Batify stuff. You grind your gear. And then you grind runes forever and forever and forever. And then your build is good when you have Enigma. And that's it. That's all that D2 has to offer. Now, obviously, there are mods to it. I think that D2 is a fantastic game, but I don't think any game will ever get there. And it's a lot of situations with D2 where it's like people want it to be that. And then they say PoE is that. PoE is not even close to D2. Like, not even close. Enigma Peak, yeah. And that to me feels very awkward. Right? Like, very, very awkward. You know, I feel like we're talking too much about Diablo 4. So let's just do this.
What have you got for me?
Let's do this. Let me update the stream titles. Let me update the stream titles real quick. Ay. There, update YouTube stream title. Give me a second. Give me a second. Save. There.
all AAA games are around 60 to 70 though, so I don't know what your argument is. Yeah, most AAA games are that, which is kind of crazy to be fair. Let me change my scene as well. NDA is 37 minutes out, boys. So they had this Diablo support a streamer thing. Where is that? That's a... Wait, what is this? This is WoW shit. Is it this one? Yeah, this, dude. This is gonna be dope as fuck, to be fair. So it'll be drops for the entire month, which is actually really dope. And then they're gonna be having the gifted subs thingy, which is actually gonna be really dope as well. I'm very excited for it. We'll see how it goes. 37 minutes, and then we can talk about it, dudes. 37 minutes. 37 minutas. But yeah, I feel like people are so hooked on the D2 comments. Like, and don't get me wrong, like I was part of that crew as well, where it's like, yeah, D2 this, D2 that, right? That's a Dota TD game. Let's go. Yo, Shadow, me and Garm, I was up last night doing some final touches on some of the guides, and me and Garm did Chapter 5 N0 with support, but we did. My new build is dope. D2 endgame loop is very bad. That's something, like, I had a podcast a long time ago. Talked with Mr. Llama, and we talked about, like, the D2 endgame. And it's the same reason I don't, like, I love D2, don't get me wrong, and I love Grim Dawn. But the problem with those two games is, like, the endgame loop is like, With Overload, nice. Yeah, dude, the step between... I was farming N10 a lot before I was able to do Chapter 5. It was crazy, dude. Like, a lot of farming there. Boss runs, yeah. And I mean, I have the same situation when it comes to Last Epoch. No, not Last Epoch, sorry. With Grim Dawn. Like, the endgame loop for me there was, like, very limited in terms of enjoyment, and it ended up with this being rough, right? That's how I see it. It's like I didn't like that approach to it, and D3 to me was fun, and then I got kind of bored with D3, and I think that happened before the expansion, because I was lured into playing PoE, and then I got stuck in PoE, and that's because D3 lacked a minion class. And then they made a lot of improvements to D3. But to me, D3 was like, hey, I log in, and a couple of hours later, I'm max level, and now I have the best gear in the world, and all I have to do now is just get better versions of that exact same gear, and then do this endless rift stuff 24/7. And to me, that was not enjoyable. That endgame was never enjoyable for me. That's why I was very upset with the endgame that D4 was presenting, with this whole, you get to a point where it's like, there's nothing else now. I just, get the same gear I have, I upgraded, the itemization's kind of dull, and it's just endless scaling difficulties, whatnot. Very few things in terms of variation. And based on the dev stream, now I'll talk more in detail about it in a half an hour from now when the NDA lifts. But once the NDA lifts, we'll talk about it in detail, right? So the endgame that they're presenting on the dev stream is actually presenting a ton, and I mean a ton of variety for endgame pushing. But something that we are going to spend a lot of time talking about today is going to be about... It's going to be about expectations on the actual endgame that we'll see from the community. That's something that I'm very, very, very interested about. Because expectation is like the difficulty, right? So currently, season 5, if it's seasonal shit in weeks, stop if you're chilling. If you're chilling, yes. I mean, season 5, I finished off the entirety of the the seasonal stuff in the first 24 hours. I'm not sure if the runes is what made D2 fun. They're adding some rune words to some degree in D4. But like, what was the expectation in season 5? If your character was able to do what? Tier 60 or 7, wait, what was it? Tier 70 or something plus pit, then the build was good? Or what was the expectation? Like, what's the breaking point to where a build is good? Because we have played the open PTR, right? Oh, right, T8 hordes, of course. Of course. So if you were able to handle T8 hordes, the build was good, right? And some builds did it extremely well, and some builds managed it, right? Yeah, I mean, D2, once you understood the meta of D2, the way you play D2 effectively was you played a gold fine barb or you played a sork just to get the teleport. Then you farmed your runes or you farmed your items or boss runs because you had teleport. And then once you got the stuff you needed for that other class you wanted to play, then you play the other class. And the problem with that was that if you were farming, the only thing that could compete in terms of boss running with a sorcerer was if you got Enigma. And like D2 is very limited. That's why I keep talking about how D2 is very, very limited in terms of the endgame replayability. And I wasn't a big fan of that personally. D3 was, I don't know, itemization is the biggest problem there. And I think that they've done a lot of good work with itemizations in D4 so far. But it's like we said it before as well. It took them a year to get there. And what I really like about what they talked about on the dev stream was the whole approach of them getting to the point where it's like they're actually going into focusing on how the fact that it's a multiplayer game. And that's something we haven't really seen in a big popular ARPG game, right? Rating looked cool. Yeah. It did indeed. So like I said before, I'll give Chronix a call a bit after the NDA drops. And we'll talk to Chronix about it, and then we'll talk a lot about the Spiritborn class with our experiences. Chronix has also been playing a lot. And yeah, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to break the NDA, and it's over in 29 minutes. Very excited, though. Very, very excited. Lots to talk about. A lot of it. It's going to be fun. Let's see, what was this? Right. What are you guys playing? Like, are you guys going to start Spiritborn, or are you going to stick to another class? Out of curiosity. Because my take is very simple. Spiritborn class is the first class in D4 that I feel like, hey, I want to play this just as much as I want to play Necromancer. That's like the boat I'm in. Didn't even buy the D4 expansion for now, but probably will. Yeah. You know, the piss out of everything else I would play. Spiritborn just we're just not playing. Fair enough. I'm a Blizz fanboy still. You know, it's crazy. Like, a lot of us little older people, we grew up with Blizzard, being Blizzard fanboys, right? Like, I've been a Blizzard fanboy ever since Warcraft 2 and fucking StarCraft 1. And play WoW for many, many years. Many years. I think we're all in that boat. And I wasn't very happy with the state of D3. And then when D4 started pushing out the whole we're going D3 route with it, I was very concerned that I was going to stop enjoying it. And now with the changes that are coming, I'm like, I wouldn't say that I'm a Blizzard fanboy, but I will say that I'm warming very well up to enjoying the state of D4 is what they're heading into. Because I stopped playing WoW as well. They're doing the things better, I think, than D3. Yes. What I feel like they're doing, and I know Colin is a big D3 fan, right? It's like they're at a point where it's like they're taking the good things from D3, and then they're making it like putting the D3 touch in the D4 identity to it, and actually making it good with the D4. So D4 went from D4 bad to D4 really bad to D4 less bad to D4 bad to D4. Well, it's heading towards D4 mid. And then they hit D4 okay. And now, after a year, I feel like they're actually at a point where it's like, yo, D4 is going to be actually really good. And I'm very excited, and I'm here for it. Let me change the battery in the headset. Give me a second. All right. Huge buffs to sets for enjoyment for me to be able to play every season. Hell apart. Let's see the community and fixing things right way, it seems. It is, yeah. Right, I forgot to send a message to him. There we go. Totally understand the take. It's very hard to forgive Blizzard after everything I've witnessed. That's fair, but you also have to look at it from, like, if you take a step back, right, and look at it on a grand scale of things, you have to keep in mind that they had a lot of PR issues and HR issues that went down, acquisition of Microsoft, and a lot of layoffs that happened as well. So what you had was this is like after, during over the past couple of years, right? So they had people that came in to essentially finish someone else's work in terms of coding, right? When it comes to D4 at least. And that kind of set them back. And I think I believe that's a culprit as to a lot of the bugs that we've been experiencing in the start of this game, that they're ironing out as time goes by, right? And it's just really sad because I think that D4 would have been much better if it wasn't for those factors. Dragonflight? I never played Dragonflight. I've managed to stay away from expansions in WoW. It just consumes my life when I play MMO games. That's also one of the reasons I did everything I could to stay away from Throne of Liberties. Like, once I play an MMO game, I have a problem where if I play a game, I want to play it the best I ever can, right? I want to be as good as I can with the game. And that in MMO games, that always requires a lot of time investment, right? So there's that. Yeah. I came back every expansion just to get Gladiator title, and then I just stopped. Addictive personality for me, yeah, I feel you on that one. Simply refused to spend the money that they demand for D4. Honestly, it would need the game to be amazing to care about it, especially if they start pushing more paid expansions at this point. Price reduction and consistent sales seems to show that there are multiple people in that boat. Okay, so I know for a fact that Diablo 4 has more concurrent players at the last week of their season than PoE has on a launch. And PoE hit 300,000 concurrent players. I don't think people grasp how many people actively actually play Diablo 4. Now, obviously, a lot of that is credited to the Blizzard market move, which is heavy marketing, and they're very good at it. Like, very, very good at it. And the other part of it is that Diablo 4 is really good for streamers. I disagree with that. I hope that's going to change with this expansion. There's a reason the game dies on YouTube and Twitch. Because the majority of the player base that plays the game are not the people that are watching streams. It's not the people that are watching YouTube clips or video guides and whatnot. People boot up the game and they play the game. That's what they do, right? It's a casual player base, right? And people need to remember that when we say 99% player base is those, and you scale it up to this massive beast that is Diablo 4, that player base is pretty fucking big. Like, very fucking big. So I hope the expansion is going to change this, because based on the stuff that they said on dev stream without breaking any NDAs, it really feels to me like they're actually in a position where the game is actually presenting content for the blasters, which is good for streamers. And I'm all here for it. It's going to be very, very fun. So I don't think I would agree that Diablo 4 is good for streamers. It's good for a select few streamers that are very big. I mean, we can look at the directory right now, and it'll be very clear. Okay, Rob, main D4 streamer, almost 2,000 viewers. I'm third in the directory. Apparently, I have 165 viewers. Like, that's the difference, right? So I don't think that D4 is great for streamers. And I think that the expansion is setting a tone where that's going to potentially change. And hopefully that'll be the case, because I'm actually very excited for it. Ads are about to play, so if you're not a subscriber, hold on to something. I'm going to take the opportunity to take a quick bio break, and then we'll be ready. So I'll be right back real quick. am back. All right. 15 minutes. 15 minutes is what we got. Whew. It's going to be fun. Dude, it's going to be very, very nice. Star Citizen has more viewers than D4. Oh, viewers, yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see. Batch of players who aren't active on Twitch or other gamer platforms will probably play like 3 games. There's that. I mean, it's just catering to a very casual player base. If I enjoy playing alone, why should I be interested in an expansion knowing the Dark Citadels party content? It's not mandatory. There's a group finder that you can do as well. So you can actually play it if you want to, but you don't have to if you like playing solo. And that's perfectly fine, Yannick. How your PvE Gauntlet go? Died rank 3, about to be rank 2 Guardian. And then I don't know what happened. I think I was having such an easy time with the campaign after after I get the first lab ascendancy that when I got to maps, I just stopped thinking. And I essentially suicided twice to stupidity. Once to a multi-project map and once to a crit map.
Time to
Why?
take Bezos money again.
Thanks, everyone, Debuts, for the 12 months prime. That's a fucking year already. Thank you, man. I've said this before. I'm literally unable to do what I do full time if it wasn't for you guys supporting the stream the way you guys are. So thank you so much for all the support. By the way, this shit is happening on launch in 4 days. You can give 2 subs to get a mount, and if you give 4 subs, you get the mount armor as well. Really dope fucking outfit. So you can support a streamer this way. There will be Twitch drops enabled when it's the NDA lift in 13 minutes. There will be Twitch drops every fucking entire month worth of Twitch drops. So you get the mount for gifting 2 subs. Pretty fucking dope. And then the entire armor as well if you give 4 subs, which is pretty cool. Pretty dope.
Welcome to the crew line.
I think this is really cool. Retrox with a 25 months prime. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Almost starting the fucking hype train as well. Shush. But yeah, my gauntlet run. Here's the thing. I really wanted to race in the gauntlets. The problem for me was I ended up being in a position where I was doing the D4 expansion NDA off stream. So I was unable to race because I had to do that for the guides, right? So, yeah, a little disappointed schedule-wise that this happened. So I really wanted to race in the D4, in the PvE Gauntlet. Like, really, really wanted to race. So hopefully the next Gauntlet won't collide with stuff like this. And I'll do that. But yeah, like, every time, I got the maps twice, right? And, despite the scheduling. I was also off for 2 days. I'll stream tomorrow, by the way. We have a podcast tomorrow, Tavern Talk, with my lovely co-host, Darth Microtransaction. We're going to have the guest, Mr. Rax, who's going to join us tomorrow. So there's that. And then, I'll stream tomorrow. But I had 2 days off this week to spend with my family and focus on the D4 update, guys. So here's the thing, right? My daughter just started kindergarten. Like, that was such a surreal experience to me. Like, what the fuck, man? It was, it's weird. It's weird. I'll tell you that. So that happened. You're going to be getting sick soon? Well, I know. I already spent, 3 weeks of just being consistently sick and then get healthy, then sick again. But my daughter has been spending time with 2 other kids who already went to kindergarten. So I think I already started getting that batch. We'll see how it goes, though. But I'm very excited, though. So she was there today. My fiance took her. And on Monday, she's not going. But Tuesday, she's going. And that's the first day where she's not going to be having me or Hannah to be there with her. So they have this little thing that's going to happen on Tuesday. And that is we as parents needs to be 15 minutes out so if something happens in the start. And Hannah is not going to be home. She's going to be studying in another town. So I'm going to be the one who's going to deal with that. So hopefully it'll be fine. Otherwise, I have to like literally call the stream and go pick her up. So hopefully it's going to be fine. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. I'm very excited for it. It's going to be pretty cool. Like, she's growing up so fast, dude. She's already 1.5 years old. It's insane. All right, NDA, 10 minutes. Whew. All right. Brother of mine are in high school. It goes way too fast. Yeah, people tell me that, like, time just flies, right? So I had this read it. Like, actually, I have a question, chat. Yes or no in chat if you have kids? Yes or no if you have kids? I want to see if you have any parents in the chats. YouTube chat saying yes, yes. Be ready for when she starts having boyfriends. YouTube chat all saying yes. You got a lot of people in Twitch. So here's the thing, right? When my daughter was born, it's actually a funny story. Let's see if I can tell this before the NDA breaks. So Hannah, the mother, becomes a mother when she's pregnant. I didn't really feel like I was a dad till she was born. And it was crazy. Like that feeling. Like, we had a C-section. We were at the hospital for 5 days after as well for the recovery part and whatnot. And I went, this happened during a PoE launch. So I went from the hospital to our apartment back then to go live, to then go back to help her, and I slept at the hospital. And I repeated that process. And it was just, this was during one of the most heaviest pressure times in the ARPGs, because we had D4 launch as well, a bunch of Torsday stuff happened, Last Epoch happened, PoE happened, and then the PoE 2 stuff. And like that entire year, it was so much happening. I don't even know how I had time for everything. It's just absolutely crazy to me. And it was nuts. And then when a year has passed, I was like, I don't know how fast that went. It just snapped and was gone. And now she's starting kindergarten. And people tell me that, like, the time just flies, right? Like you guys said, someone said, it was Enophon said, both of mine are in high school. It goes way too fast. Yeah. It's absolutely crazy. And how fast I learn to do things. It's fucking crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. Since we, the certain streamers like Woody said, are saying might play Spiriborn last week, I'm not, but going full rogue at start. Is that a bad new class? No, I think that not everyone will enjoy the playstyle of it, and some people will love it. I think most people will play it, but I mean, not everyone will like the playstyle. I feel like, I know Woody's a big rogue player, and I'm more of a necro player, and I feel like Centipede, sorry, not Centipede, the Spiritborn, it's like the first class that I've seen in an ARPG that gets me super excited beyond chaos casters and minion cap builds. So like I'm responsible on Icy Veins for all of the Necromancer build guides, and I am co-writing the Spiritborn with a girl called Neveria. So the two of us are actually writing the Spiritborn class together for Icy Veins. I have 3 kids and never felt the whole time flies thing. Like, is the age difference big between them? It's like, I genuinely feel like I have a hard time coping time-wise between streaming and the stuff off stream that I have to do and family time and everything. It's so hard to like balance IRL time, I feel like. All right. 17, 16, 13. All right. 1,000 alchemists casually turning one Nemi's card into a ring by clicking extra hard on gauntlet. I never saw that. That actually says it's dope. Didn't Alkais get a fucking mirror as well? I have 4, and each one grew up faster as they try to keep up with the other older kids. All right, we have 5 minutes to NDA. Let's watch this clip.
Gee, here it comes.
Jesus, you serious?
Do. What's the plan now? 3?
There's
3,
just
right?
no way. Serious? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Okay, dude. Okay, man. Okay, dude. Wow. To be fair, Rutland, we hit 122 plus on House of Mirror cards with Gamba together with Kriya, right? We made 12,000 Divine's Profit gambling House of Mirrors cards this league. That's pretty cool. Plus 122 cards, which from my experience and what I've heard is the highest record that's been recorded and proven, because we did it all on stream. And at the end season next week, when I hit level 50, how much Paragon I would have to use? Friends tell me 200 points. Can't wide from Eternal. I mean, the stuff will be updated, right? You're going to get tons of it. Tons of it. 200 Paragon levels, right? And they're changing the Paragon boards. Plus 21 to 122, like 17 minutes ago. Yeah. We went from plus 21. And I think that 20 or 25 minutes from plus 21 to over 100. The record we tried to beat was 121, which was set and streamed and recorded by the teammate I've crafted with, Mr. Anter. So his name is old dude Pee-wee in Twitch, but his name is Anter. He held the record of recorded House of Mirror cards to 121, and we did the 122 with him, because we team played this league. As we always do. Or most leagues. We're doing that for a few years now. So we have the record of recorded House of Mirror Gamba. Are you guys ready? Boys. 2 minutes left, man. 2 minutes left. One minute. Yeah, link to buy D4X. No, I don't. Sorry. They don't have that. So the Paragon changes is actually pretty good. It makes it less, I'm going to go for as many boards as possible, to I'm actually looking at the legendary nodes and going from there, which I think is a good change. I actually like the Paragon changes. They're good. Not sure if I'm a fan of the glyph changes, though, with the levels of the glyphs. One minute. Holy shit, dudes. So once the NDA breaks, I'll talk about my experiences. And we'll talk about a few things. And we're going to call Crodix. And we're going to see if we have some other content creators that might want to come on a call. And we'll talk about D4. Glitch anything, I like the way to level them up. There it is, dudes. There it is. All right, so I am finally able to talk. Right, where do I start? Where do I fucking start? So, we had the open PTR that a lot of people were playing, right? Where we got to see the difficulty changes and stuff like that, which actually looks really cool. So one of the things that I'm going to start with the things that I am concerned about. I'll start with that. And I'll talk about the things that I think is good. First off, when I play the campaign, and campaign is something I really don't know much about, other than I know how it looks and where you're going and how the fights look, because I skipped every fucking cutscene, and when I couldn't, I literally looked away. So I've not spoiled myself too much with this campaign. I'm gonna do that live on stream on the 4th with you guys. Smart? Yeah, I think so. There's some pretty fucking cool fights in the campaign, like really cool. And I think that the changes they've done to some of the strongholds actually feels fucking fantastic. I only did 2 of them, so I didn't want to spoil myself too much of that either. So my experiences with the Spiritborn class, and I will talk about the things that I'm concerned about first. Now, my understanding is that there are not going to be any changes based to my understanding from the state that I play the Spiritborn class in to the launch. And here's the thing. You have essentially 3 difficulties. You got normal, hard, and penitent, right? Or expert, sorry. Normal, hard, expert. And the difficulty scaling, to my understanding, is like... well, not my understanding. It is the way it is. You get more gold, you get more experience or kills. And the enemies gets much harder, right? And that's like the difficulty scaling in the early stage when you start playing the game. And I didn't really feel that it was like a huge approach on going harder difficulties depending on the build you played. Oh, what the hell? I got 100 Indian rupees donated. I don't think I've ever seen how rupees looks as a currency. Well, thank you so much for the 100 rupees on YouTube. Thank you. How much is that in dollars? $119. I've never seen a rupees look. Well, thank you so much, sir. So here's the thing, right? There will obviously be a meta. There will always be a meta, and then there will be the non-meta. And this is what I talked about when it comes to the expectations, right? So I love the thematic approach of the centipede stuff. Like we're talking about using like Writhing Fist over to Stinger, having Touch of Death, or it's not the Toxic Skin, but Touch of Death and Scourge. Where is Touch of Death? What? Touch of Death is supposed to be here. It's not in the planner. What the fuck? So my experiences is that I started with the centipede approach. And the problem I had with centipede was actually that the performance of that felt really lackluster. Now, we didn't have the renown and everything in the review axis. So we started off like a baseline, I never played the game before kind of character, right? So I think that with the renown it will be better. But Centipede felt really good once you got the stuffs going with it. If you want full Centipede skill setup and everything. The problem with it, from my experience, was that I felt like I had to play a normal or hard as a Centipede leveling. And that itself didn't feel that great. Now I get 20 ARS. The fuck is... What are these currencies? 20 ARS. What is this? That's $0.021. For fuck's sake. So, like, there's currencies I've never actually seen. Thank you. So that was like my first experience with it, which was not good, like with the centipede approach. And then, but once you get the things rolling, it felt really good when you had like aspect of turbulence. It looks like this. So turbulence allows you to cast vortex when you use the sword, which is the mobility. So I tried that out, which was really, really fun, that entire playstyle. Essentially, you would use this as a mobility skill, and that would auto-cast as a vortex, which would group enemies in, like a sucking effect, right? And clear the campaign in normal difficulty in the end. No, actually, I switched to hard midway through, and it was fine. But it was kind of so-so. And towards the end game, it was really rough staying alive with this approach, which emphasized the idea of when you're playing Centipede, just to show you, like, let's set up a Stinger build. It would be something like this, or you went for the heal, right? And then you get the reduced cost and the vigor regeneration afterwards. And essentially, it felt much like a rogue playstyle to it, right? You had a builder-spender approach. Once you get to this point, what you would do is you'd actually go for the counterattacks and armored hide and stack resolve. So that felt like the kind of the meta playstyle from my experience going with the Spiritborn, where you had your main core sources of main abilities, and then you coupled it with the passive effects of like counterattack and armored hide, and you just went for that approach. That gives you so much defenses, not to mention the block and the dodge chances, right? So, for example, like counterattack by itself is passive 10% chance to dodge, and you retaliate on enemies. And then you had the armored hide on top of that to get you the resolve, which can get even more damage reduction. So that felt like a really comfortable way to play it. We're going to talk about Minion Necro. A little bit, yes. They made some changes to it, which is actually really cool. Like Mendel, for example. This was in the patch notes. Why is Mendel not shown here? The Mendel was made so that it scales with minion damage, for example, which makes Mendel actually really fucking good. Like, really good. Now, I know that Fell Glutton, or Fell Gluttony, or whatever it's called, Fell, this one here, this was bugged in the reviews. I'm not sure if that's like what's happening with this, because the golem didn't do any damage. So I was talking to Crip about this, and he made this really cool build that was basically you're spamming your golem abilities at a consistent basis with like the blood one, and it actually looked really cool in theory, but it did no damage in the reviews. I'm not sure if that, like, we assumed it was bugged, right? So we'll see what's gonna happen there. But yeah, we'll definitely talk about that as well. So my experiences with just the leveling part, because that's what I've been focusing a lot of my effort on with the leveling, I felt like the style of utilizing a variety of skills with the Spiritborn felt like you always had to go into like the kind of armor stacking with the current way the game felt. And the Stinger didn't really feel like it was like it's gonna be playable, but it's not gonna be like a meta for leveling. And then if you change that to like Rake, for example, like if you ran the Rake approach, it just felt way better. And then as soon as you went to Quill Volley, shit just died. Like this thing demolished. Like when I started playing, I was able to run shit on expert difficulty throughout the entire campaign because of how strong Quill Volley was. Now, sustain-wise on Vigor, which is the resource for Spiritborn, we were in this position where you basically spammed up your Quill Volley till you were and then the next play would be to build it up, which you obviously went for the Enhanced Rock Splitter. So you did this, because this gives you block chance for 5 seconds. 15% for 5 seconds. When you block, you gain vigor as well. So basically, you did this every 5 seconds. And every time you needed to get your vigor back up, you did this, and you get 11 vigor. And you have this for after casting core skill, you get vigor regeneration increased. So my experience with the class for leveling was that you actually ran with Rock Splitter for almost everything because of this. And that passive increase of block chance, and then running like counterattack for dodge, having resolve from armor hide, was like the way to play in the leveling stage. I'm not sure if there's going to be a comfortable way to level without those things. That was my experience with leveling, which I'm not sure if it's concern, but that's the state that I experienced at least. And then we had other things like guerrilla skills grant you extra life. And with the spirits, for example, these things makes all your skills the animal of that choice or the spirit of that choice, as well as the core ability version. So if you cast Stinger and you had the Jaguar on the first Spirit Hall, your Stinger would count as a Jaguar skill and that of a Centipede skill, for example. Quill Volley would be Jaguar and Quill Volley. And the more we played towards the end game, the more attractive. Why is the planner not? It doesn't have all the notes. Where's the goddamn notes? Touch of Death is supposed to be here, right? Yes, Touch of Death is supposed to be here. And there's supposed to be 2 passives here. There's supposed to be 3 passives here. So the planner is not updated. So basically there was there's a passive either here or here. Here, I think it is. That let you get crit scaling based on Jaguar skills, which emphasized the idea of running the Jaguar as your main skill. So any build that wants to go crit, which I think you should in most endgame builds with the Spiritborn, actually went with the Jaguar as the main skill. And then you couple that with one of the secondary ones. And I like the Centipede, just didn't feel like it was performing that well on a leveling state. I think it will be better in the end game when you have necessary items or powers. But the experience was that both Rake and Quill Volley was like the 2 top performing, where Quill Volley was very high above the others in terms of performance for the sake of leveling. So I think that the best way to level a Spiritborn is going to be running Quill Volley directly. Now, obviously, we're going to go to YouTube and check out the content from the people who've been posting now. I'm assuming people have made those public. I'm going to talk to Chronix as well. In terms of endgame, there's some really cool things, like the Sep, this weapon here. Now, I never got my hands on this to try this, but a friend of mine did. And essentially, this makes it so the basic skills increases your damage and always use the 3rd attack, and every 3rd cast unleashes triple strikes. This was so fucking sick when I saw some footage of this, using the Thunder Spike shit. 1 to 10, Spiritborn as Pit Pusher. I think that leveling to 60 and doing the campaign, the best experience you'll have is basically doing this. You'll do this, and you'll go for the advantages Quill Volley. You'll pick up this shit, and there's a connecting point in here that you'll take, and you want to have these, and you want to have Armored Hide, and you want this, and you want to have this, and then you want to have this one. Because what this does is that you passively gain 1 resolve every 5 seconds. And then if you want to become unstoppable, you just click the Armored Hide, right? And then you get Armored Hide grants you maximum resolve and increase your thorns. So fuck the thorns, right? You'll just max out your resolve, which gives you tons of damage reduction. And you get defensive skill, you get your vigor for casting this, which is enhanced by this effect after casting your Quill Volleys. And then you're having this increase your block reduction for every nearby enemy up to 20%. And then you run with the counterattack to pick this up, because the counterattack passively increases your critical strike damage for every close enemy. So the more enemies near you, the more crit you'll have. And with this approach, you would do a Jaguar as a main skill. And then you would run, I believe we put them on the boots, like a duelist approach, because they increase maximum ferocities. And then there's some passives that scales crit even more with Jaguar skills. Since all of our skills are now Jaguar, you'll run that. And then obviously casting Gorilla skill gets you max HP. You can run this if you want to. I think we have that in some of our guides. There's more passives here as well. And then you run the Hunter. And the reason we run the Hunter is because this is like a mobility skill attack. So you'll actually leap forward and do these, which is really good. And you can have these passives, which allows you to get more damage, multiplicative against elites, when you're casting your ultimate skill, which is really good. And max vigor, and this one allows you to just ramp up damage as long as you have the ultimate skill with a kill on that, which is really cool as well. And then most builds went for rushing claws. I like doing the poised one for the dodge. So essentially the whole defensive orientation of the Spiritborn was literally playing with a passive generation of damage reduction through resolve and gaining yourself an approach of block chance and dodge chance, essentially. So that's kind of like the surrounding meta. And then you have another thing called mystic circles, right? So these mystic circles, only one of these can exist at any given time. And once you trigger this, it will be stationary circle that you have to be inside to benefit from whatever aspect that you have that generates it. The problem with this is that then you can't trigger it on the next pack of enemies unless the timer's off and you need an unlucky hit, right? So if an enemy teleports away or if it's mobile, you're not going to be able to do it because your circle's not going to be where the boss or the target is. That's the part I didn't like about the circle play. So if you did do the circles, which is really strong, so I think it's like, I'm confident that bossing will be utilizing this a lot. The problem with this was that you had to like use sky power. If I can find there. Is this one casting an eagle skill in the mystic circle empowers them to move with you and then explode. So basically you can move the circle with you. The problem was when I played with this, it was very wonky. So those are like the two things that I think is going to be meta, I think, for the Spiritborn in general. Like sky power was wonky, so I'm not sure about that. And I didn't like the whole thing where it triggered it and the enemy was moving out of the circle. And now the whole build was like, okay, I can't do shit. Which emphasized the whole idea of running counterattack and armored hide approach to it. So that's my experience with it. And I think Quill Volley is going to be the best to level with. And I think that any build that is not going basic attack skill, most of them will either run, most of them will run the Rock Splitter because of this, since we are so focused on getting block chance and dodge chance sorted, then Rock Splitter with this is so good. Because your block chance goes up for 5 seconds, and when we do block, we gain vigor back to keep casting our abilities, and it just felt really good. On the other hand, though, taking the concerns aside, all of these basic abilities, they dash towards the target, creating this super fluent mobile game in combat action play style, which felt really good because you felt like you were like zooming through everywhere you went. And this is not including things like the soar boots, for example, which are here. So you have, for fuck's sake. What? What's happened to this planner? It's not in here. There's a pair of boots that lets you use your evade ability, like the dodge roll, be soar instead. And you can have charges on their boots, right? So you can keep casting soar. And having that with the turbulence allows you to, every time you evade, also trigger vortex, which is really cool as well. But I'm not sure if it's going to be that played in general. I thought that was going to be like the big one when I started playing it. But that's my experience with leveling with the Spiritborn. Campaign, fantastic. I think it was absolutely crazy cool. Granted, again, I skipped all the cutscenes and everything, but the boss fights that is in there is... I think you guys gonna fucking love that. So if I had to, like, rate the leveling approaches of the Spiritborn, I think that most Spiritborn classes or builds are gonna play with Rock Splitter because of the block and dodge, right? And I think Quill Volley is the #1 leveling. I think Rake is level 2, and I think that Crushing Hand felt a bit so it's like the 3rd one, and I think the Stinger leveling or Centipede leveling was like the very bottom end of that. And Quill Volley is just so good. It's insane. Endgame wise, I'm not sure which one will be meta. I think like basic skill is really good, and then we have, what's the name of that other weapon? Capaleke. Core skills and now additional basic skills. Free to cast, deals up to 30% less damage based on their cost. Maximum vigor, your core skill deals normal damage, consumes all vigor to crit. Pretty cool. So I think that Capaleke could be a really cool way to play the game as well. That's about it. The endgame mechanics or replayability that they've added. You have the raid stuff that you can do with party, which is actually really cool. I want to try it out once. And I think that's really, really cool. And I talked to some other people about it. It felt like it was a good way for them to provide a variety of content they can do in a party play. And you have the Undercities. Felt fucking fantastic to run. The variety of endgame content you can engage with is what I'm mostly excited about. Simply for the fact that you're able to Like basically play what you feel like, right? And that's something PoE has been going for, or doing well over the past decade of content. Same thing with Torchlight's had a year of progression of content and doing the same thing there. So you can just choose whatever content you want to go for. The concern I have for endgame is actually more about the idea of difficulty. Because they've said that tier 4 Torment is like aspirational. You can do everything on Torment 1. So I'm not sure how the community will perceive this, because a tier 1 Torment is going to be like the that's like the end game. If your build can do tier 1 Torment, the build is good. That's how I think most people will see it. But meta builds are going to do tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and that's going to require a lot more gear, of course. But there will be builds that are not going to be able to handle tier 4. So my concern there, or my question is, are those builds that are not able to do tier 4 just going to be considered bad? Like, is that the take that people are going to have? Like, you can play, like, before the minion changes, for example, the Necromancer, that were not in the review, there were certain builds of Necro that just was unable to handle tier 4 Torment. And if you get Giga Gear on them, yes, then they were able to do it. But it was like, it was rough. It was rough, right? And the pit scaling goes up to 150 now. And why in PoE AV Chieftain build, we get a high budget Watcher's Eye, or we don't have determination. Guardian Turtle, perfect Guardian Turtle gives you determination. The Spectre. The Spectre gives you determination, and the Spectre gives you 5% PDR as well. So we use that to scale even more physical damage mitigation. But the Spectre gives you determination. Not viable to do Max Pit, bad build. Max Pit is 150. That's extremely aspirational. There's not going to be that many builds that's going to be able to do that. Like, actually, not going to be that many builds that's going to be able to pull that off. So there's that. Anyways, I'm going to send a message over to Chronix. And we'll have some chat with some content creators. We'll see if other people will join us and having a good chat about it. So we're going to talk to some content creators that also play the review axis. And we'll discuss it a bit now that we're actually able to talk about it. Do you guys have any other questions, actually, before I call him? A bit complicated? Minions are tend to be a bit complicated. But once you get the hang of it, you'll it's very fun. I really hate the pit. I'm not a big fan of the pit either. That's why I'm very, very excited about the Citadel and the Undercity. That's going to be fun. Spiritborn new meta. I'm not sure which will be the highest performing build. I initially thought they were going to make the Spiritborn overtuned to make it, the new thing is going to be the best, right? But I'm not sure. I think their armor stacking approach, I think that the crit style armored hide, Jaguar approach, counterattack, Quill Volley, maybe Rake. Those two will be high performing. And I think that when it comes to uniques, are really cool as well. The Mercenaries. Right, so Mercenaries were pretty cool. I think that during leveling, it really doesn't matter what you play with. Like, it's kind of whatever. I think most people will probably run Subo, simply because he actually highlights materials and enemies on the minimap, so that you're able to like play more effectively, pick up herbs and whatnot. So Subo felt really good because of that. Right here feels like it would be a better choice for like builds that stay at range, because right here can actually taunt enemies. So the way the mercenary skill worked was that you had reinforcement and you had your merc. You get to choose two. So you had a mercenary and they have their own skill tree. I like Altkin for like shadow builds and Centipede, for example, and they have their own little skill tree. And I like, you choose which side of the tree you want to spec with them as they level up when you're playing. So Altkin basically puts a negative effect on you and a positive effect, and a damage effect. So what are the two happening, right? And I like the whole haunt approach where you went with the CC approach of it, essentially. I didn't mind them vulnerable. I'd like to do that myself instead of relying on the merc for it. So basically I went for daze, and then I went for chains for the stunning effect of having him CC, essentially. So that's what I like to run. And then what you did is you choose, where is it? Skill. No. You could basically, okay, this is not updated. Essentially what you did was you chose between how and when your mercenary would use their abilities. So, for example, right here has some taunting effects. So you could have that happen when you were in a state of you getting injured. Oh no, shit, you went to low life. Now your mercenary will use the taunting ability. So it's ways for you to decide the triggers on it. All right, let's see. I got Chronix coming in here.
See?
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, hi, GHAZZY.
Hi.
Do you wanna do the stream together thingy?
How? What do you mean?
Like the knock knock,
Fuck is that?
the new Twitch thingy.
How does that work?
I can knock. Look at your Twitch now.
Collaborate. So, what happens when I click accept here?
I'm naked.
Accept. What does this do? Twitch may record video, yada, yada, yada. Get started. You've done this before?
Yeah, but they have introduced a shared chat, which I have not yet seen. So the cool thing about this, you will have the access for a new browser source, which is going to be my camera. And then you can put it somewhere on your screen.
Wait,
and
browser
now our
source?
chat,
Where?
Yep. It should be in the settings.
Okay.
And now we have a shared chat. This is what I wanted to try out. Holy, this works. I have your chat as well. Oh, this looks amazing.
Where do I see your chat? Oh, there. Shared chat. Oh.
So we have both. And then if you want, you can do a browser source, which is going to show my camera, but you obviously don't need to. Oh, this actually works. Holy.
I never tried
What happens
this.
if I type in? This is new. Test. Oh, this works. That's amazing.
Oh, shit. I never tried this before.
That's pretty new. What's this? Performance issues detected. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not good. Wait, but my OBS is on my other rig.
Oh.
But I have
Is that
another
why
camera.
I can't see your camera, maybe? Well,
But
I mean, it's not necessary, but like, I mean, combining the chats is already cool, I think.
GHAZZY loves cock? I do, actually. I do love cock. Oh, but I can start my other camera. Copy the browser URL, and it says you take part will display whenever you embed this. Copy. Confirm. Huh.
Did GHAZZY share with you the color of his underwear? Oh no. I have AMA in my title. That was not a good idea. So yeah.
Wait, are you seeing me on?
Yes, now it works. There you go.
I'm so confused right now.
Check out my stream.
And you're able to start your camera on your?
It should already be. Oh wait, am I not? Huh.
I never tried.
Oh yeah,
this.
true. I have mine. For some reason, mine is not on. There you go.
I gotta try this. I need to send. Hold on. I need to send the browser to my other rig.
Sure. The thing is, we need to hang up on Discord then, because
Oh,
there's going to be the delay, right? I think.
Oh, so we have to use the sound through that? The fuck?
Yeah, on a dual PC, this is probably going to be weird. Yeah. Let me entertain. I'll check out the ratings on IGN real quick. I want to see what's happening here. Okay. No, not IGN Germany. IGN.com. That's what I typed in. IGN, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hate. There we go. 29 minutes ago. Okay, so where are the numbers? Score 9? Ooh, okay.
But can you really trust IGN though?
I don't know. 9 is that's pretty high. I would say. 9 out of 10. How true, they don't say out of how much. Yeah. Okay, what are the other sources?
Huh.
GameSpot. GameSpot, Vessel of Hate. There we go. What do they say? They say... Oh, that's a lot of text. 8. Let's say 8. Okay.
9 out of 8.
9 out of 8.
But I don't
PC
see
Gamer
like
next.
when the shared chat is. There's no indication that the chatter is from.
Oh, for me, it's like all over the place. It shows the icon, your profile picture, in front of the time in the OBS itself, at the front.
Wait, in OBS?
Yeah, in OBS.
I don't see the chat in OBS. I just have a dashboard.
Well, you could probably do you have it popped out, or how does it work?
Yeah, I do have it pop out.
Yeah, it should work there too. Okay, what does PC Gamer say? PC Gamer says 90.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I don't know
But-
how good it is going to be for podcasts, so I would probably default to Discord for podcasts still until this is a little bit more stable, because sometimes the cameras obviously are not giga high quality.
Okay.
This is how it looks from our side. Okay, let me see.
Oh, you see? Okay, I see that.
Oh, yeah, there
I
we go.
don't see that in either of my chats.
Okay, that's weird.
That is very weird.
Okay, so we have actually very high reviews from IGN, PC Gamer, and GameSpot. Am I missing a big one?
No clue. Interesting.
I mean, we can also not do it. I didn't know you had a dual PC setup. That's obviously. Oh, there I am. I see myself.
Yeah, I put the browser plugin on the OBS. That seems to work.
Nice.
Do you have your sound on Discord or in the plugin right now?
This in which setting? What do you mean?
Like,
Which one?
Yeah, I'm hearing you through Discord right now. That's
Yes.
good because I have a mute button or like so
Uh-huh.
I can.
Yeah,
mute
I
myself.
have the same. Yes, exactly. I have this.
Yeah.
I can mute to Discord as well. Yeah.
So this is weird. So I see Farmo Dre with a Prime sub. Is that for me or you?
That was wait. That should have. Wait, now it's getting complicated. It shows my icon.
Because I don't see the icon and I didn't get a notification. So I'm assuming that's a sub for you.
Okay, that's weird. That's funny.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
This is how it looks for viewers. Yeah, that's how I see it as well. Like no icon.
Subs for everyone. Oh, maybe we get duplicated subs now.
Yeah.
I mean, we can also do it the traditional way if you don't want to waste time.
That's fine, man. Waste time. I mean, it's not much we can do other than talk about it. So this is fine. I can have you on the screen.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd have to enable the cameras on Discord and then share that. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, we also don't. Wait, what's that? Now, is that for me or is that for you too?
Okay, so now
That's gonna be a question.
Here's the thing. I see it says gifted a sub in GHAZZY TV's community, but my I don't see the notification on my
In the
stream
activity
elements.
feed. Yeah. Yeah, I do see the stuff for me.
Well, thanks so much, UC2K13 for the gift, man. Like, But it doesn't show up in notification.
Yeah, I think it's for me. I'm yoinking all the subs now. This was my intent to start out with. Yoink.
Huh. And I see he gifted one to you as well. It looks like.
Wait, to both?
No.
Read above? Oh, and gift.
Okay, so here's the thing. It says, is gifting a sub to GHAZZY TV's community. And in the shared chat, is gifting a sub to Chronic's community. Like, what? Like, one of my dashboard says to mine, and then the shared chat says to yours.
Lol.
What the fuck?
Maybe we found a hack. Maybe we can duplicate.
Oh, I like that
subs now.
scene of yours. I have one as well.
That's the snap camera. They control it with channel points. Oh, you have the same one.
But I don't have it on the. You have a virtual camera, right?
Yeah, that's the snap camera from back then. You know.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, because I have another camera for you right now, and that's on my gaming rig, and then I have another one for the stream rig.
So say again.
Sorry.
Can you repeat the last thing?
No, I said I have one camera for our conversation now.
Yep.
That's not with we see the green in the background, and then I have another camera for my OBS with a chroma key on.
Is that a virtual camera then, or is that the same physical camera?
They're two different physical cameras.
Oh, okay. Why do you do that?
You're both listed as +1 in follow channels. This is so weird. This is so awkward.
We're breaking Twitch. I just wanted to
Clearly.
test. I was like, huh.
Yeah,
I have
mean,
this.
don't
I have
mind
this guest star scene, the browser source, set up anyway like this, and then I was like, you know what? Let's try it because of that. I wanted to see the shared chat because that is new. I tried this stream together thing, like I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago with Woody, but the shared chat is making. I think that's the cool part about it, when you can kind of like combine all the chats, and then especially when you're talking about Vessel of Hatred and you have like a lot of questions, and you can kind of see both, right? I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just wish I saw Icon who's chatting in whose chat.
Let me see. So when I have... Oh, now I see the problem though. When I watch your stream, I don't see it as well. I obviously recognize the people from my chat, but I don't... There's no... It's not being pointed out. But in my OBS, I see it.
But you're using like slobs or something?
No. OBS.
It's like the OBS Studio, because I don't see the chat in OBS Studio.
I do. Maybe if you enable the dock,
Where
maybe
is the
then
dock?
it's there. The dock and then chat.
I don't have chat in there.
Wait, what? Uh-oh.
Custom
Yeah, better not
browser.
reset docks. That's not going to be good.
Let's not do that on stream.
No, let's not do that. That's going to be bad.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is interesting. So like,
Yeah.
but if I go to the stream, the shared chat is automatically active. Oh, okay.
Wait, do you see it in your chat though? When you are like this? No, you don't, right?
No,
I don't see it in yours either. Do I see it in mine?
it's so weird.
I see it in my OBS though, which is perfect, right, for me. Nope, I don't see it when I'm on my Twitch page. I don't see it either.
No. Interesting. Huh. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Tired.
Tired? Yeah, you just said you were. Wait, I probably can't close this, right? You said you were ill during the review access period.
No, it was right before. Like my
Oh.
daughter just started kindergarten, and she's been spending time with some other kids who's been to kindergarten.
yeah.
So I've been like super sick for like almost a
Oh,
month.
no.
It feels like, and now she started kindergarten this week. But no, we had a POE had a gauntlet race.
Yes.
So I did that, family time daughter, and then I took sleep hours to play the D4 review.
Oh no. Yeah, I didn't get to play this and the Gauntlet before. I'm a huge PoE fiend usually. But the problem is I started like this whole streaming career thing with the start of D4, so I obviously have been putting a lot of time into that. Therefore kind of like neglecting PoE completely. And this Gauntlet was I was so much looking forward to playing this, but I was not able to because I had to focus the time on the review access. So that was a bit unfortunate, but we're going to get hopefully our PoE fix in quite some time, huh? November 15th.
Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. We'll see how that goes. Like I died
you-
rank 3. Was almost gonna get rank 2 in Guardian. That's when I died. I was like, I
Uh-huh.
really want to race, and I was like, okay, I gotta cut this off because now I gotta play 8 hours, 10 hours of D4.
Yeah.
Oh man, well, that's what
How-
I've been doing.
It was so interesting when you said about the hardcore softcore stuff. I've just now been going back and forth between like hardcore and softcore and how good it is for for you as a content creator, because you also said you started out as a hardcore player, or you want to play your hardcore stuff, right? So I'm in that exact dilemma right now of trying to go back and forth between softcore would be the smart play, but the gamer in me wants to have fun in hardcore, right? So it's like, Gauntlet would have been perfect for this, right?
Yeah. No, I raced for 5 years in hardcore before I went
Mhm.
softcore. But that's like the reason I went softcore was it was easier to maintain build guides and whatnot. It's okay to die, so I could like go super low budget and see where the breaking point is. Like this is where you have to upgrade your gear, etc., and stuff like that. That was just easier in softcore. So I get my hardcore fix with the gauntlet races. That's basically how I do it nowadays, at least.
Yeah, I
But,
was very sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was like so close to saying, okay, F it, I go softcore this time around.
Yeah.
Because exactly that, right? I want to be able to maintain the guides, find that break point of like absolute minimum. Even though it's a little bit easier in D4 than it is in PoE, it still needs to be done, right? And sure, I can pretty well estimate the absolute minimum at this point, but obviously I would still like to find the correct absolute minimum. So I was like, okay, I'd rather go softcore this time around. But then again, with like the Dark Citadel releasing and be able to kind of like go for something now, have a competition going, I was like, okay, no, I can't. Like if I imagine not being at least part of the race, or maybe even being part of the team that kills T4 Dark Citadel first, I would never forgive myself. So I'm like, okay, this time I'll still do hardcore, and then next season we'll see.
That's
Because there's like no competition probably. If they add leaderboards, well, then I play hardcore. But as long as that's not the case, it doesn't make sense to play hardcore, I think, in D4 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. When it comes to like the review access, did you exclusively play the Spiritborn, or you tested anything else?
I did also a little bit necro stuff, because I was not a little bit, actually a bit necro stuff, because I'm also obviously responsible for the necro guides. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of like divide my attention between the two, but thankfully we did have a lot of time on the PTR without the Spiritborn, so I got a lot of time in on the necro there.
Yeah.
Could check all my builds, especially with the huge benefits that we have, where you could just click and gain your items, right? It still wasn't perfect, but at least it was way better than having to grind for everything. So I could already get quite a lot of work in during the PTR, so I didn't have to do as much in the review access on necro. So I could literally, how do you say, 80-20 maybe, or 70-30 for Spiritborn, spend the time like that.
That's fair. So, I mean, obviously, my understanding is that the Spiritborn won't have any direct changes compared to what we experience in the review access, right?
Yeah,
And
that's what I'm really curious about, because it did not come up in the patch notes.
Yeah, exactly.
But I sure hope so, because there is a bugged Touch of Death build that has an interaction where it basically replenishes the dot effect and the direct hit effect constantly, and it triggers itself. What is going on? Holy. And therefore does insane amount of damage.
Yeah.
So I do really hope they can still fix that, before the game goes live, because if that goes live, then yeah, it's like 28 combo point rogue is back, you know.
Yeah,
Even worse, even worse.
much
Right.
worse. It reminded me a
Yeah.
little bit about the like I didn't put up a touch of death build guide because of that, but I'm not sure, like,
Ah.
because it feels like I couldn't determine the performance of it without the bugged interaction,
Yes.
and that
It's
made
also-
it a bit rough.
It's very hard for us to imagine the build without that interaction, because it just like it just kills the thing instantly. You can't even get any data from the build because it just kills everything instantly, right? So it's like
Yeah.
touch of death is as soon as hopefully the bug is fixed, we kind of all have to find the correct way again to make it to
Yeah.
build it. But until then, it's going to be very interesting. But I do have to be honest, I'm not really a big centipede enjoyer.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a big centipede enjoyer. I love Jaguar main Spirit Hall.
I mean, if we look at the leveling of Spiritborn, I felt
Uh-huh.
like on a ranking scale, it felt like doubling down on circles was a play. The problem was sky power was required for it, and that was
Yes.
very wonky, like with
Yeah.
how it moved, right? And that led us to that moved us into what I deemed to be the only feasible way to play, which is like the whole block, dodge, chance, passive approach, armored hide, and counterattack, right? And that's like the thing you do, nothing else. And then you just smack on whatever other abilities you're actually doing damage with on top of that. And that kind of
Yes.
emphasized the whole the counterattack gets the passive crit, and then you put the Jaguar crit damage scaling for the small passives. And that all just said, you're now going to either use the Jaguar skill or you have to take Jaguar as your main spirit hole. That's it for endgame pushing.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if there was
Yes.
any other performing builds.
There is a but now they like I think Jaguar Spirit Hall main is super not OP, but is just outshining the others
Yes,
immensely.
100%.
Right? Especially late game. Sure, you might not really use it that much during leveling, but as soon as enemies stay alive for a couple of seconds and you can actually start hitting them more than 2 or 3 times, then Jaguar just goes crazy. And I
Mhm.
played Spiritborn at Gamescom, where it was obviously level 30 and
Yeah.
not all of these new changes in. The Jaguar Spirit Hall currently says the every 15 attacks it is going to re-trigger the stuff.
Mhm.
At Gamescom it was every 4.
Yeah.
You can only imagine how crazy that would have been. Yeah, when I saw the 15 instead of the 4, I was like, okay, my Jaguar love Spirit Hall is dead.
Yeah.
But it actually ended up being still so incredibly good. It's insane.
I actually used Jaguar for most of the leveling, but more so for the passive scaling of it than the actual effect of it, just to make them Jaguar skills, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I feel like, again, like that alone through the passives just outshining the other approaches. The ego was like, Gorilla felt really wonky, and Centipede was nice for the CC and the damage to the CC enemies and whatnot. But I don't know, like how much did you level with a Centipede?
Yeah, it's 0 at all. Like I was like I made one Spiritborn. I went and played around with it a little bit, and I was like, yeah, it's not my thing. It really, I don't know.
Alright.
I think Stinger is okay. Stinger is a cool spell, but it just doesn't fascinate me as much as, for example, Quill Volley or Rock Splitter or Crushing Hand. Stuff like that is way more interesting to me than Stinger itself.
That's fair. Like
But
my
yeah, of
experience,
course.
like leveling with it was like, oh, I went Stinger first. I like the Centipede thematically, and it felt good as a playing. But we didn't have the renowns. I had to play normal and then over to hard difficulty, and it was like I felt like I should be able to do better, especially when I got a power 2. It's like I should be able to do higher. What's going on, right? So I finished off the first leveling with that. And once you get everything up and running, you have all the full centipede stuff. I didn't do the armor stacking or the counterattack at that point. I just went full centipede, the thematic approach to it. And it was just, it did normal difficulty. But as soon as I stepped up in difficulty, it just started dying all over the place. And then the second leveling I did, I went Quill Volley.
And I ran like, the rock splitter second node to get the vigor on block and the block chance.
Yeah.
And having that and the vigor generation from the core skill passive and just quill volley on that. So you had this builder spender play style, which we try to avoid as a necro all the time, right? We don't want to have like a basic skill to generate vigor, essence with. But that felt like it was just insane because quill volley was like literally 2-3 shotting like bigger rares or bigger elites, and the smaller ones just died even on experts with very low amounts of gear. And rake did really well, felt smooth compared to stinger leveling, and it was like I don't even know what to say. It was like night and day difference with how much better specifically quill volley was for the leveling approach compared to the centipede thing. And then when we saw that interaction with the touch of death, I was like, "Oh, great, we have a really cool one." And then I realized that this is not okay.
Yeah.
I
No,
just felt really bad.
I'm a big fan of quill volley. I like being kinda range, which I would call quill volley, right? It's
Yeah.
like pseudo range, but you still want to be close to shotgun, but it feels kinda range to me, so I'm happy. And I like attacking fast, and I like having a lot of hits. And quill volley with the Jaguar Spirit Hall as a main is just the thing that I love about it. And also when you play Progedy's Tempo, which is the key passive that is resetting for the people in chat, and probably a lot of people are not really familiar yet with Spiritborn. And then every time you hit stuff with your core skills, you are resetting all of your skills. And this is literally my absolute most loved power fantasy. Attacking fast, resetting your cooldowns, having a lot of hits. This is so good. I love that. So I was a big fan of quill volley and spent most of my time with quill volley as well.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
I'm showing boss footage of Torment 3 bosses right now, and chat says streamers aren't even in Torment 4. Yeah, the thing about Torment 4 is that it is taking much longer to kill the bosses, so we rather do them on Torment 3. That was the reason behind Torment 4. But we could have done this on Torment 4. This was just for like an...
You got a link to that, so I'll show my stream as well.
Oh, this is a private... this is a recording that I have on my PC right now. Can I share this somehow?
Oh, on Discord, you can share the screen.
Oh, true. Oh, that's good. Yeah, let me do this.
It's like...
Hopefully this is not going to overload my PC, though. Okay. If my stream dies, I'm sorry. Do you see this?
Yeah, we're watching. So this is Torment 3, right?
Yeah, this is Torment 3 just doing bosses for
and wait,
the
hold
next
up. You have
half an hour.
Ravager, Rushing Claw, Quill Volley, Rock Splitter. No, yeah, Rock Splitter, and then I'll counterattack, right?
No counterattack. No, this is Rushing Claws and the Ravager Crushing Height and Quill Volley Rock Splitter.
Right,
and Jaguar Ultimate, yeah. And the cool thing about this, what's really important about like the basic attacks, I want to kind of like point this out. You don't have this generator spender thing going on Spiritborn. The cool thing about most of the basic skills is that they are gap closers built into them most of the time. Right? Yeah. And the cool thing about Rock Splitter in particular is every time you kind of, I think it's a 5-second duration of the buff, you can increase your block chance by pressing Rock Splitter like every 5 seconds or so, which is going to be amazing because the block chance you have directly increases the damage that you deal with certain aspects. So you have this positive feedback loop going on there all the time, and then your block you increase your block damage reduction while generating vigor when you block, and also increasing your crit damage depending on your block chance. So there is a lot of stuff like that just goes crazy. I do love
that's what I was
a lot of interactions. Yeah, I do love a lot of interactions. But the numbers are a little bit, a little bit on the higher end, I would say so far. Yeah. But I mean, wouldn't you probably do the same way when you have to like bring out a new class? It would probably also tune it a little bit on the safer side if I were in their position. So I can't really blame them.
Yeah, fair. And I feel like Rock Splitter seems to be like the #1 skill that people will use in general for endgame builds, simply because like I felt like the circle doubling down on that just felt so wonky that what you'd have to do
is run like the Jaguar main skill for the hits because of the boss is taking longer time to kill, and Quill Volley just excels on that so well. And then you have the block chance and the vigor generation through Rock Splitters. Like the other basic skills felt so underwhelming in comparison for endgame builds. So you'll do it every 5 seconds or whatever it was. And,
yeah, 5 or 7, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get that block chance. And then you either run passive crit scaling through counterattack, and you definitely want to have the armored hide. You have your resolve through there, which is also damage mitigation, and you just go absolutely ham with it. And then you have the hunter and the rushing claw for general mobility when you're clearing through contents. You have these gap closes and just be able to literally speed farm that way. And it felt really good because, like, leveling part, you have Rock Splitter being a vigor generation, and then in the end game, you get to the state that you guys are watching now on the stream, for both streams right now, where you're basically
Yes.
sustaining the vigor.
Yeah, there is also I think it was called Midnight Sun Unique Ring, which is insane. It gives you 50% of the resource you spent back in the last 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But it only counts for one skill. We tested that a little bit. But then again, if you have 100% increased resource generation, if you want to do that, you get 100% resource back all the time. So it's kind of yeah. This is gonna be something that probably has to be taken care of after some time. But yeah, it's like, I do, as a build creator, I really love the amount of possibilities that you have. I thought when I was making the build guides going into the review access, I was relying so much on the mystic circles because they provided so much power. And as you already said, right, I was thinking about having to play around them, and I was like, oh god, please, I don't want Spiritborn to be this clunky, right?
Yeah, and the sky power is really wonky as well as a result.
Yes.
It just made it even worse. So it's like you guys are, like you're showing now on the screen, it's like the play was either doubling down a circle, which requires sky power, which for those of you who are not aware, it moves the circle with you with a lucky hit through eagle skills, and it was very wonky to use, and it was very clunky to play. And that just resulted in the other way of playing the Spiritborn for the high end game was basically stacking dodge and block. And you have 2 choices of running that. Like you have counterattack, and then you have the rock splitter and the armored hide, which seems to be like the #1 way of playing it. And that's about it. That felt like it was going to be the main way of playing, because I don't see how you would be able to handle endgame without it, because of how much layers of defense that gives you on top of the vigor sustain that it also brings to the table. Like it's like a trick of all trades, right? So you have everything covered, both offensively, defensively, and your resource sustain, by going with this whole armor stacking approach with it. I mean, you see the resource here, the vigor that was you're playing. Like you're using rock splitter not as a resource management, but just to get the block, and then you just spam it up your quill volley from there.
Yeah, it's basically an offensive buff, right? That is increasing your damage that way. That's how you can kind of view the rock splitter in this build. But then again, I had a starless, and so that kind of plays into it, right? So that's obviously a little bit playing into all of the thing. This is obviously a lot of time invested into the character, yeah. But I mean, then again, the PoE blasters are going to achieve this build in like 3-4 days, 5 days or so of playing easily. So I don't really worry about it. But then again, it's fine. Like you gotta look at at this point, I look at D4 as like having 1 to 2 weeks of fun with a build, and then swapping off to the next one, and then extending by maybe a week per build that I play. And that's more than fine for me at this point. As long as there is no real leaderboard or anything, I'm actually okay with getting like 3 to 4 weeks out of D4 at this point. Obviously, if you're only interested in one build per season, well, then it's going to be hard getting 3 weeks out of the game. And even in its current state, I think maybe, of course, with the expansion releasing, you will be fine. You have 3 weeks of content. But in season 7, season 8, when there is when the Dark Citadel Undercity is not as new as it is right now, then getting 3 weeks with just one build is going to be rough. But I like to extend the playtime by just playing another cool build. And there's actually quite a lot of them for other classes. Yeah, we have Rogue with Dance of Knives. Like, come on. Who didn't love GOD Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, right? It's literally back. So you got to play that this season. You got to play the new Sorg build. I forgot the name. Elemental Constellation. So boom, you're already in like 4 weeks, right? With just like 3 characters that you're playing, and you can even extend if you want to play more cool builds. So it's definitely getting there, in my opinion.
That's fair. Did you have a planner made for this? Because I saw the planners were the planner D4 builds, like it wasn't updated. Like there was missing a lot of stuff. It was really fucking annoying.
Ours is updated, yeah.
But how is this?
I can send you this if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a look at it.
I still need to do like the leveling version and anything. I didn't have time to finalize this build yet. I still need to make the video about it as well. So I can send you like this version that you see right now.
Yeah.
But if you have a couple of days, not a couple, but like 2 or 3, I can give you the leveling stuff as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Have a leveling. Well, I'd happily take a look at your stuff as well for sure.
Okay,
but
sure. Then I'll
was the
send you this.
Without Starless though, because that was one of the things I realized. Like during the leveling part, you had to do this whole build a spender because you weren't sustaining, or at least I wasn't when the leveling stuff that I was doing. I had to succumb into or lean into using my base skill to recover during the leveling part of it before I was able to sustain.
Yeah, what I did before this endgame version basically was I played the Eagle Ultimate, which makes stuff permanently vulnerable when it's active. And then I played with the Vital Strikes that constantly removes the vulnerable and gives you vigor back.
Yeah. So for bosses, you just smack that out and you reset the cooldown. Yeah.
Yeah, you get you generate vigor like crazy, right? And then the cool thing about the Eagle Ultimate is it has multiple charges.
Yeah.
So you can kind of spam it, and with enough cooldown reduction, and you can also temper the Seeker charges, so you can get up to 5 or 6. You can basically maintain your resource, but you unfortunately have to go the way of press your ultimate, then hold down right click.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of just holding down right click, right?
Yeah.
That's probably going to be something that I'm going to save for the leveling guide. And then you can play a Cursed Touch, which is also going to apply vulnerable as well, because sometimes you take the vulnerable off faster than the Seeker reapplies it, and then if you get unlucky, you can empty your resource. So you want to have as many vulnerable applications as possible. So you put it on your ring, maybe with the Seeker, and then you can also make Soar have a small vulnerable area around your character, and then you're going to be fine for the leveling process. For this specific,
for this specific approach, yeah.
And then if you don't have any of those, you just unfortunately during leveling you sometimes have to press Rock Splitter then.
Yeah. I mean that's like the early levels of how you sustain, anyways, throughout the level until you have everything set up. So I was trying to find it earlier, but they had a note somewhere in the Discord where they talked about the actual rate of which that applied the vulnerable.
Yeah, I think it's 0.3. I think the Seeker is 0.3 and the Soar is 0.5. Right, so if you only have one effect and you get a little bit unlucky and you have quite a lot of attack speed with playing Jaguar and the other stuff, you actually can get very high attack speed with Quill Volley early on already. Then you can kind of like empty it sometimes, or not sustain at least.
Yeah,
I sent you the endgame planner in the Discord.
Yeah,
so I don't forget.
Yeah. Got it. Fuck, did my YouTube stream go? There.
I'll send you a screenshot as well, how it looks on my OBS.
Yeah, I don't have the dock, so I can't see it. Like, one of the problems I had in general was, like, one of the big things with the Spiritborn was the vigor sustain, right? And there's a handful of ways you can deal with it. And I felt like Rock Splitter was like, it's just too good not to. It's gap close, it felt really good, like the fluent gameplay of it. And the whole vulnerable and dispelling the vulnerable for vigor sustain is like such a solid way to do it. And then when you have everything set up, and you're like with the endgame version, Starless Skies obviously helps a lot with that, allowing you to not need to use the whole dispel thing. But like you're running is it Planes of Power, the Gorilla Circle?
Yes, this is the Gorilla Circle for defense. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
this.
I like the approach of that for bosses specifically, but like that's what I was talking about before. You like the approach of the gameplay was always like you want to use one, but you don't need to double dip it. But that's exclusively for bossing.
no other purpose whatsoever. It's only for the bossing approach.
The forest power or what?
Yeah.
Like I actually liked it a lot in the pit as well, because it keeps refreshing the barrier and it kind of keeps you safe. But the problem is if you have one big hit or multiple, it only works if you're not pushing the absolute maximum of content, because then it's not going to keep you safe alone. But
Yeah.
as long as you're pushing like 65, 70 pit, it is more than enough to sustain the damage actually, because it keeps replenishing the barrier. So you are basically constantly fine. So it's actually pretty good for like, can you call it early endgame? I'm not sure. Or late mid game, something in between there. It's actually pretty good, the forest power on the defensive side. And this is actually my only defensive power. We talked about this. Well, yeah, wait, is it? Yeah, it's my only defensive power. We talked about this already, right? You have so much block. You have so much block damage reduction that you just passively scale. It's actually insane how few things you have to invest defensively into the character to become very tanky.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole, like, the synergy between how you scale offensive through your defensive approaches of the build, right? Like, if you compare this to, like, say the Necromancer, for example, like, there's not a single Necromancer build that's not going to run hard on bones. And the only purpose of that is damage reduction, as an example of that. And, like, Necro is already in a point where it's like, you need to have your defenses sorted, and you have to sacrifice offensive slots to get defensive scaling, which has always been a problem with the Necro in general because of the socket starvation, especially when you go into like the minion era of things. You always have to replace and basically complement and try to find like a breaking point. This is enough defense. Good. Now I can do my offensive scaling. Like, it's easier with the higher endgame gear, of course, but that's always going to be the problem. Whereas the Spiritborn is like, yeah, I don't really care. I can use one and it's nice. But other than that, everything I have that is defensively oriented is just going to be for the sake of offense. And I don't know, I like the approach of it. It feels like it's a well-rounded beast, if you will, in that sense, compared to the other classes, which always have to make sacrifices to get the defensive scaling up.
Yeah, this is probably also why it is so good, right? Because it has these positive feedback loops. With scaling one thing, you scale the other thing. This is what I love so much about like Archmage, Ice Nova, or Frostbolts. Yeah, it's like all these things where you can scale your defense and also feel good about it because you're also scaling your office at the same time. Just makes it feel so good in an ARPG. Yeah, it is something like that. Always makes me happy if this is present in a game. I can't really think about anything in D4 that does it at the level that the Spiritborn does it as, right? Like Necro doesn't really do it. Sorg doesn't really do it. Arp doesn't really well, I mean, you have overpower, right?
Yeah.
So that is the probably the only thing that could come close to Spiritborn. Yeah. So that's why I love Blood Surge and Bloodlands so much. Because it's exactly that positive feedback loop, which is just built into Spiritborn anyway. Yeah.
That's also
go ahead.
Well, that's also why I like CI builds in PoE, for example. It's like, or int stackers and stuff like that, because like every investment you make for your defensive purposes will also scale your offenses. So it feels like you get more value of each investment, and I feel like the Spiritborn does that in a very effective way. And builds that, you know, at least in D4, like Findal in chat is saying, like Fortify and Druid can scale both, but it's not great. Like that's the thing, right? They're not that great at it, whereas the Spiritborn just does it so natural. Like it's the core design of it, which makes it so comfortable to play, and the fluid combat play style of it feels really good as well.
Yeah, it's like it's a masterclass of a class. Yeah. I'm happy, especially with like where it's starting out. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like where it's starting out, and there's obviously now that the masses get their hands on it. Imagine how it's going to look like half a year down the line when some people have found out some stuff that needs to be improved, and then it's just gonna be, I don't know, I'm going to return to Spiritborn probably every season for the next year or so because it's just so much fun, right?
Oh yeah. No, it really felt good. Like I feel like everyone talked about how the Spiritborn was like Druid 2.0, and after we played it so much, to me, it's like, it feels like thematically it's Druid 2.0, but it plays like a better version of a rogue. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yes.
I
And
feel
it's
like
also
sorry.
this is very well said, yeah. And I also think it due to these combinations that you can do, you always feel like, you know, that's like, oh, you always feel great about coming up with them, right? They're not as obvious sometimes. Obviously, at some point, everyone will come up with all the possibilities that you can have to combine the stuff, but it just feels good to go like, oh, I can actually combine this with that now, and this is going to activate point 3, and then and just feels good, right? It's exactly the same how you are scaling defense and getting offense. It also just feels good. And I think Spiritborn has a lot of these things baked into it that just naturally feel good in an ARPG.
Yeah. I know
And the
that
play style is amazing. Like, you're jumping around, you're super fast, you basically have 200% permanent movement speed all of the time. I mean, come on, that's so good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying that they're gonna make the Spiritborn's gonna make Druid feel bad, and after playing it, it feels like it doesn't play at all like a Druid. It plays way more like a super mobile, fluent rogue. And if anything, I feel like Spiritborn is gonna make Rogue feel bad.
Yes, that's actually true. What I always love though about Druid is the amount of kind of like not straightforward thinking that you have to do, right? The combinations that you have on the Druid make it very unique and interesting. But they just took that and put it on the Spiritborn too. So you get this feeling of, oh, I'm smart when you're combining like some stuff together, right? Where you get the mini PoE dopamine rush of finding a cool interaction or something like that, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
I really much like that.
So, someone mentioned earlier, like, oh, why didn't you do this on tier 4, for example? So, something I talked about before I called you was expectations from the community. We talked about this at the Discord server as well. Like, tier 4 is supposed to be like super aspirational, right? But at tier 1 Torment, you can do everything in the game. That's like the end game. I wonder how the community will perceive the game in a sense of builds quality, right? Because you can make endgame builds handle Torment 1, Torment 2, and like if you get Giga Gear, okay, you can go Torment 3, and then if you get super good, you can maybe handle tier 4. Is that going to be considered a good build, or are the community going to say, well, if it can't handle farming tier 4 effectively, then it's the bad build? Because only the meta builds will be able to do tier 4 with high-end gear. And I'm like a little concerned with how the community will actually perceive this, because it feels like a good build can farm tier 1, and with better gear you can go higher, and depending on if it's meta or not, it will be able to do higher tier of torments, whereas only the meta builds are actively going to be staying in tier 4. What's your take on that?
I fully agree. And it's probably going to be also a big problem for the community itself. We already saw the same thing happening with tormented bosses. Everyone was unhappy, or the community mainly was unhappy that they are not able to do tormented bosses, so they weren't doing anything whatsoever. They didn't want to settle with the less efficient thing, and instead were arguing and mad about not being able to go for the tormented bosses, right? You might look back to season 4 when they had to lower their HP by 30%. Yeah, that was amazing, and an amazing, not an amazing, but like a huge change, right? I'm not a fan of that, but that was a huge change to the HP pool, and then it has gotten better. And I see the same problem basically standing in front of us with T4, because it's the same thing in D3, where you are only really playing the game if you're in the last torment tier. So this time, instead of 16, we do have 4, right? So it is always going to be, well, you're farming on T3, you should be doing this on T4. And I do think this is going to have these feel bad moments for a lot of the players, because T4 is actually not easy, right, in terms of the requirements for your character. So I do definitely feel like there is going to be a problem standing right at our doorsteps when people get to know what the difference in loot is going to be from T3 to T4, because it's not going to be marginal, right? It's going to be a huge difference in efficiency and a huge step up, and you want to go to T4, but a lot of people, even if they have the S tier builds, probably still can't get to T4, which is constantly reminding you of that feel bad moment that people had in season 4 when they weren't able to do tormented bosses and had to go back to the normal versions of them.
I think that's a fair take. I don't know. Like a lot of it is about communication, right? And they've been very, very vocal about how tier 4 is like super aspirational, right? And they also emphasize several times over with how insanely how important it is that the entire endgame is T1, right? But I mean, we know for a fact that the majority of the player base is not the gamers that are blasting. It's the people that don't even watch Twitch or YouTube videos and all that, and they will have like, I'm not sure how the perception will be from those people in terms of the performance of the actual end game of dictating where the actual expectation of what you can do with X or Y build, right? So I mean, we as streamers can communicate it to some degrees. Like, well, this is the end game. Now we can chase the aspirational. You can play a very good end game build that might cap out at T1, T2, and now you need really good gear to handle tier 3. You can handle tier 4 to some degree, but it's not going to be super comfortable. And that will be considered, at least according to the gamers, an actual good build, even if you can't do tier 4 very effectively. Because the tier 4 seems to be, based on what we've seen so far, the actual super aspirational. This is like the area that meta builds are supposed to be in. And not every build is going to be meta, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
There's definitely going to be builds that can efficiently farm T4. But there's also going to be a lot of builds that should, to be efficient and not like collect EP points, basically, they should ideally go to T3 and farm there for efficiency.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I think there's going to be
and this is a problem, I think, for some people, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's definitely going to be a problem. Not sure how to tackle that or how they're going to be able to handle that, because the other part of it is that for the gamers that wants to push, that wants to play the game for more than a couple of weeks, that really want to chase these aspirational parts, they need this tier 4 to actually have that goal. Because otherwise, it's like, why bother pushing the pit? Why bother maximizing your glyphs? Or why bother doing this and that if there's nothing else that your character's going to be able to beat? It's like in PoE, right? You get a full mirror gear set and everything. You have like top dog. You're doing everything. You're killing uber bosses in a half second. And what now? Like, why bother upgrading your character more? There's no point. Whereas with a tier 4, you need so much to handle tier 4 comfortably.
Yeah, but then again, you might be a little bit too good in PoE. That's why you view it that way, I think, GHAZZY. Because for you, the Uber boss, you blast it in a second, yeah, or in 0.5 seconds. So I think the person that is going to get stuck in T2 and T3 is also equivalent to getting stuck in, with finger quotes, in normal bosses in PoE. And I think I was just about to ask you, why is it not a big problem in PoE that people complain that they are not able to do Uber bosses? And I might be too far away from the whole PoE community, but I at least feel like not a lot of people complain about not being able to do Uber bosses. Whereas I think a lot of people were complaining about not being able to do torment bosses, which they now can, but on a lower torment tier, which is kind of the same as Uber bosses and normal bosses in PoE, right? So you have the T2, T3 equivalent to the bosses in PoE, and you have the T4 equivalent to the Uber bosses. And I don't know, maybe you can fill in the gaps here when it comes to how do people, like the casual player is probably not defeating Uber bosses, or am I wrong here?
No, that's definitely not going to happen.
Right. So, and how is the perception of that player when it comes to not being able to defeat Uber bosses?
I think it has to do with communication. Like the expectation and the way the game is set up, not just from what they're saying, because not everyone is watching. Not everyone is playing the game is watching the streams or the dev streams, reveal streams, and all those things, right? A lot of people just log in to play the game, right? And the way the game is communicating that, indeed, this is the end game. In PoE, you get your void stones, clearing your maps. Oh, you drop a tier 17 map, and Uber bosses, you only get access to them by clearing tier 17. And if your build can handle tier 17, you should be able to handle Uber bosses to some degree as well. They're hard if you're not playing a meta build and whatnot. So I think that the communication the game is presenting is putting an expectation that you are not going to be able to even try until your character is actually ready to do it. Whereas the communication in D4 is a little different, right? Because in D4, you have access to the very same boss, and you just change the difficulty to tier 4. Now you're in T4 Torment. Oh, now you're getting your shit packed in, right? There's no gap or content that your character has to be able to bypass for you to be able to even try that aspirational content. I think that's the communication issue, where how the game is presenting that information to the players that's making that a problem compared to how PoE is doing it. I think, but that's just my take on it.
Mm-hmm. But then aren't they trying to move towards that direction with how much they said, oh, this is very hard and very aspirational?
But that's communication that they've done on a vocal and a written standpoint. It's not something that the game is presenting, because the game itself is like, you can just lickety go to the difficulty shrine and say, well, now I'm going to do tier 4.
I understand what you're saying now. Yep.
So I think it has a lot to do with like how the UI and the game itself is telegraphing that communication to the player base. I think that's the issue. Like I don't think it's a big issue, because they can't really do much more with the way they've set up the core of the game, right? With how the difficulty scaling, the system itself works, right? So I don't think they'll ever get out of that. But we'll see how the community will dictate what a good build is versus meta builds, right? Because like we had this issue in Last Epoch, right, where people were like, yeah, if you could do 300 corruption in Last Epoch, that's a good build. And then they watch some videos or they watch some streamers doing thousands of corruption. Suddenly the perception shifted to, oh, your build's shit if you're not doing 1,000 corruption. But there was very few builds that were able to do that, right? So the perception is so important, right? We talked about this a lot in PoE a couple of years back. They made some changes to loot where people were getting... the number said that they were dropping way more currency than ever. Yet the perception that people had was that there wasn't enough loot. So the numbers and what the reality is does not matter if the feeling and perception of when you're playing is the direct opposite. Then there's something else that needs to be changed, right? And that matters more than reality, if you will, right? So I have no idea how the perception of the community is going to be when it comes to the difficulty scaling for these bosses and how it's going to pan out, because the perception is going to also dictate how we as guide creators are going to make our guides. Because if the perception is saying, well, the build's only good if it is able to farm tier 3 torment effectively with not too much investment, suddenly the good builds that we are going to label with our, the tier listing of our builds will be heavily impacted with the perception of the community, less so than what we assume or what we think of and what we deem to be X, Y, or Z, right?
Oh, by the way, on sorry to interrupt. Right there, I was able to trade a mythic unique. By the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was only the shroud we were able to trade. I don't know. Mippy noticed and he was like, "Trade it to me." I'm like, "That doesn't work." And then he like, "Yeah, trade it." I'm sorry.
Oh, it was not a count bound. Was that the only one?
No, it wasn't the count bound. Yeah, that was the only one. Yeah. And then I was checking my others, as you can see, they're account bound. So I was like, huh? And yeah, I was literally able to trade the mythic unique on the review exit. That was funny. No, you are 100% right. I'm just thinking of how to solve the issue, because they kind of try to do it with the pit, right? The T4 is grayed out until you clear the tier 65 pit. So maybe what they should instead do is just not show T4 at all until you cleared pit tier 65. So you don't have this thing dangling in front of your head showing you how not good of a player you are. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a smart way of doing this. It's not our job to come up with solutions, yeah? But yeah. I don't know if that would help the community perceiving their build as good or bad, or them having fun or not, depending on how far they can push whatever they're doing, right?
I like the idea of, well, they kind of fucked up. Like, you make a twin character. Oh, you can't go to penitent, right? But they fixed that. I think that's important for alts. What I think is, I like the idea that you talked about. I am maybe not hiding it, but locking it, saying like, oh, if you want to go to this difficulty, you have to defeat these or that, right? So,
oh, you do have to though at the moment.
Yeah, but like way more than likely. It's not.
Okay. Put it. Okay, now I understand. Yeah. Okay.
So basically, to create this expectation that if you want to push to this type of difficulty, you have but no choice to go through these stepping stones, like you said, like pit level and whatnot. Like, okay, if you're gonna do tier 4, you need to do this tier pit to even remotely have a chance of surviving in the tier 4. And having that telegraph will force people to actually engage with these content and be like, okay, well, I want to go into this difficulty. I have to go through these check marks to open that up for my character, and that will prevent a lot of people from going in and getting their shit packed in and feeling bad about it. I saw someone in chat saying that he said, it was Yanni, he said, I've worked at GameStop. I've literally had people come to me, ask me how to defeat or beat certain bosses. Some people just demand to see everything a game has to offer if they pay $70 for it. I'm not sure how it is when it comes to like paid games and how the casual players or that kind of player base is viewing things or their perception of it. Because it's like, sure, you paid for a game. Are they then expecting to see everything? I think that's way out of my experience or the way I see gaming in general. Because I'm not a casual player, so it's impossible for me to verify that take, I guess. So maybe that's the case.
The only experience that I had from being a casual player was when I was like 13 and I bought Guild Wars from GameStop back then. And I was like, playing the game, I had absolutely no clue. And then I saw someone running around in a prestige armor, which was like super cool looking. And I didn't have a clue what's going on and how this person did it. So the only way how I approached it was back then, I didn't say, well, I paid for the game, I want to have that armor as well. The way that I approached it, also when I saw the Thunder Fury back then in World of Warcraft for the first time with 13, I was like, I want that. What do I need to do to get there? And how do I achieve it? So that was my way of thinking. But I mean, that's a whole different topic. I see a lot of people not defaulting to that way of thinking in this day and age.
Yeah. I mean,
unfortunately,
we also have to keep in mind that games you buy, or you buy a game, you play it, like take Black Myth Wukong, right? It's a very linear and structured game. You play it, you buy it, you play it, and you're supposed to finish it, and then the game's over. ARPGs, this live service action RPG kind of approach to gaming these days, the seasonal content, the way the whole genre works these days, like the way that's developed is very different compared to, other kind of, games where you go from your starting point to now you finish the game. In ARPGs, it's very, very different in terms of that specific progression, right? Because now we're in a position where you have the base game, they finish the campaign, and now you're playing the seasonal ARPG approach, right? And the seasonal ARPG approach is presenting you with aspirational content, which D4 has lacked, and they now have presented us in a very heavy way. But that also demands this whole farm to get those items to get to that point where we're actually able to achieve the next aspirational difficulty. In this case, we're talking about Torment 4, for example. And I'm not sure if we're talking about people that are just not experienced with how ARPGs actually works these days. I think that's the biggest issue.
I also never really encountered someone in my chat or anything that goes like, I paid for this game, I want to clear tormented bosses. I think the people that are new to an ARPG genre, they, as you said, they don't even get there. They don't even know this exists. Because they don't watch the campfires, they don't read the patch notes, they just log in after a stressful workday and then have like an hour or two, and then they're just gonna play a little bit, and they don't care about going to a tormented boss or anything else. But the problem is we do not have access to these people. We cannot interact with them at all, so we can't really get their opinion, unfortunately, on this.
No, because
they
they're
usually
not the people
do not
that
watch Twitch.
Yeah,
they don't go to YouTube. They don't go to Twitch. They just log in and have fun. They're probably having quite a lot of fun, especially with a lot of new stuff coming out. So, yeah, I would love to interview them and ask a lot of people like that, but there is absolutely no access to them.
Yeah,
I cannot reach those.
But I mean, that's just a natural approach of Blizzard does this all very well with every game, but it's just marketing, right? They're getting this player base that is that doesn't watch YouTube, doesn't watch streams, and the end result is they're not going to be the blaster gamers. They're going to push these things, and they have their perception, especially with the new people to the RPG genre. Like I remember when D4 launched, they were like, "What do you mean my character's going to reset every 3 months?"
Oh my god, yes.
Like,
Exactly.
that's how ARPGs have worked ever since D2 Ladder was introduced. Hello? You know, and for us who plays the game a lot, we're like, we know this because it's like been the way we play, and people are like, what do you mean? Like, my work I put into my character should not be reset. I'm like, okay, but play your fucking Eternal Realm, then, you know. There is a way for you guys to do that, but like a large portion of the player base, or the majority, like when we talk about 99% player base in smaller game areas or games in general, like that perception is a little easier to manage because those people will seek out the information and be more in line with, you know, watching YouTube streams or watching dev streams, reading patch notes and stuff like that. Whereas now you have this game that has been super focused on casual, new player acquisition, new player base approach for the casuals, and now they're getting this experience where it's like, yo, this is completely new. Because last game I played was like, I don't know, you know, God of War or something. It's like these linear games, and then comparing that to a live service action and a live service ARPG game where the whole point of the genre is literally you play seasonal content. That's what you do. And then they gotta be big changes for the next season. Now you're gonna play 3 months of this. Like it's a brand new game every 3 months. That's how the game works.
Yep.
I have no idea how they're gonna be able to communicate that to the point where it's like,
It's impossible. They have to make an in-game screen that pops up, because else you're not going to reach them.
yeah, but I mean,
Right.
you're a guide writer, Cronus. You know how it is. You put up a guide.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, the majority of the people reading our guides, they will look at the Paragon board, they look at the skills, they look at the gear and aspects. Now they're done. Did they read any word we actually wrote? No. Most people don't do that. And then they're going to be coming into the stream or whatever, or posting a message on Discord, be like, oh, yo, Chronix, this didn't work. I'm playing, I'm guessing you're going to have a Mendeln build. So someone in chat mentioned that earlier. It's like, oh, this doesn't work. And then you look at the guy's characters like, oh, I'm going to help this dude out. It's like, but you don't have the Mendeln. What are you complaining about? You know, we have those people every fucking day, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
And that's like, it kind of emphasizes this whole issue where, you know, people just don't read. So when you have a pop-up menu or whatever, we talked about this a lot when it comes to Last Epoch, PoE as well, the UI and the way they're communicating these super important informational context needs to be presented with as few words as possible, preferably with the actual UI design, to telegraph and communicate this information in a very quick yet digestible way that will set expectations. And that is so fucking hard with the way D4 is set up with their difficulties, I think, at least. I have no idea how they're going to be able to handle that expectation set, if you will.
And all of this discussion has me so hyped up for the community's reception when they finally get, like, let's say 3 weeks of Vessel of Hatred, when like suddenly the rose tinted glasses come off a little bit and the hype dies down slowly. I'm very curious what the general sentiment is actually going to be.
Yeah.
I have, like, a lot of things that you said I haven't even thought about. I was like, well, they're just gonna be somewhere between T2, T3, and then they're just gonna try and grind it up to finally reach T4. I think a lot of people will enjoy that process because they have something that they can improve, right? World Tier 4 is kind of T1 now, right? This is how easy you're going to reach it. And now you have more stuff that you can do. So I'm curious. I was thinking like, yo, okay, a lot of people are going to enjoy this. But this has opened up a lot of possibilities for quite a lot of people to also be sour about it, right? I'm very curious how this is going to play out. I haven't thought about some of these things that way. That's good. I just saw a message in chat earlier. Someone said it. I didn't note down the name, but it was average players think the game is over after story, and I do think this has to be the case, or there have to be, like, a lot of people have to actually buy D2, 3, 4 because they have always played it and then just play through the story and then they're done, right? But what I really liked was the deeds of the champion. I think this is actually going to show people that are exactly that type of player that just come for the story and then leave after for like a year until they can play the next part of the story. It is going to introduce them into this endgame grind. So I'm extremely curious how many new people are actually going to start interacting with the endgame process for the very first time ever.
That should be quite a lot, because I mean they changed the main story quest, right? I really liked that change. So for those of you who haven't seen it, the TLDR is very simple. You do the campaign. When the campaign is over, you have not finished the campaign quest. It will still be another quest telling you to start engaging with these other endgame mechanics. So even after the campaign is over, you still have quests that will push you into showing these other endgame contents. So I think that the players that stop playing after the campaign will continue playing more now as a result of that little change. It's just a small change, right? Where the quest keeps going, right? And I think that's going to help a lot with when it comes to that specific aspect and let people engage with that part of the game as well. Now, if people will like it or not, I mean, that's too soon to tell, right?
But at least they've seen it, right? I'm so curious, and they have probably all the data on this. How many people do not even know that there is bosses, Helltide, Infernal Hordes, you know, like all of this, they just play the story, credits roll, and they go like, oh, that was amazing. And then they go and play Black Myth Wukong, right?
Yeah.
And then there's probably quite a lot of people that think that's the game, yeah? So that's going to be very interesting.
Again,
I had another question that I noted down. Stat squish. Yes, what you see on the screen right now is already squished. But we also had the squish present on the PTR that we played.
yes.
Holy Wukong login.
Dude, I don't know. Like, I like the optimization changes, but like this whole step, as soon as you get normal into like when you go to the ancestral gear, it's such a big fucking leap. It's insane. And like in the early game, sure, I care about movement speed, but like I could care less if I get 5 life or if I get 10 dexterity. It's like I really don't care. Whatever has the highest fucking item power is what I'd equip. How did you feel about that part of the game so far?
Yeah, like the early game feels so unrewarding when you find something.
Yeah.
It's exactly like you said, oh, I have 5 decks. Okay, I found an item with 7 decks. Yeah, I'm not even gonna like bother swapping stuff around. Like you're gonna just go like, yeah, it's like I think I leveled from level 1 to like level. I obviously equipped some stuff at level 1 and swapped out a little bit, and then I went to maybe level 40 with the stuff that I found at level 10 or so, and I was like, why even bother right clicking the stuff to equip it and even maybe imprint new aspects? Why even waste the time when there is like marginal upgrades? That's at least how I felt. I'm very happy that you also had the same experience from what it looks like.
Yeah.
That felt bad. But then again, I'm a huge fan of the endgame progression now in terms of gear. I'm a huge fan. I was a little bit worried when on the PTR we only had 4 out of 4 possible on normal items and only 1 temper. Because the step to an ancestral was obviously then amazing with unlocking 12 out of 12 and having 2 tempers. Yeah, that makes you so much stronger. But then again, I think they overshot it a little bit by doing 8 out of 8 on normal and giving them 2 temper. I think one of the two would have been enough with just going to 8 out of 8 or having 2 tempers, right? I think 2 is like kind of, then it's already like smoothing the experience, the transition too much, making it too easy. Suddenly there's probably no friction going from penitent to T1 at all with that change.
True. I don't know. It's like I think they did so well with the itemization changes. It's like I don't even know how they're going to make the itemization feel better in the steps before ancestral gear. Like, sure, temper is one thing and whatnot, but like it's like you said, if I have a piece, of gear in which let's paint up a picture. Let's say I have an item that gets me, like you said, 5 dexterity, and then I find another one with 7 dexterity. The problem isn't that the 7 dexterity is a better item. It's just it's so small that you will never notice it. The one thing that you will notice in the early stage, obviously armor for the mitigation, which Spiriborn is kind of chill on, to be fair, at that point. But the problem isn't that. The problem is that for you to equip that piece, you now have to spend the resources to put a power on it. You then have to put the resources in on tempering it, which might fail for that matter. All for what? 2 dexterity? That's a lot of time and resources invested to doing that change. You never do it, right? You get a good piece, you put a power on it. You avoid putting powers on your weapon because as soon as you drop a weapon, no matter the mods, if it has higher damage, you will just equip it. And then you get to this point, right, with the ancestral, the item power jump, right? And now you're in a position where whatever the stats is on this item, you will equip this. Like, it does not matter. You will put your tempers on it, you will put your power on it, and you will equip it because it's just that much better. So you get this like weird structural approach where it's like you fully gear your character, and then you have to wait 5, 10, 15 levels before you equip the next batch because now the itemization or the modifiers are actually valued at a point where now it will make a difference for you to spend that time and resource. Yeah. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to tackle that though, simply because of the fact that for you to change an item, you need to temper and put a power on it. It's resource, but most importantly, it's the time invested to do so. And for you to be incentivized to do so, the upgrade must be significant enough. So if they have increments of, well, now you're going to have much better drops at this level, or at this level you have this much better gear to incentivize you actually doing that, you're now ending up in the same position as you have when you go from normal to ancestral, because now it's like, oh, I reached the breaking point. Now I'm going to have to replace all my gear, and that's just equally bad, right? So I have no idea how they're going to solve that specific issue at all.
I think they have the solution right in front of their faces. Imagine like how much you are gonna love the game when you are just now reaching Torment 1 and you get that ancestral weapon. Holy moly, you're gonna be the happiest player in the game, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of need to copy this over into the early game. How do you do this? Well, you gotta get rid of legendaries at level 5. Right? You need to give a meaning to magic items. You need to give a meaning to rare items. Currently, it's if you're not full legendary at like level 15 or so, you're doing it wrong. Right? And I think this is exactly the problem. Make it so that magic items are not even imprintable, not temperable, and I don't know. The rare drops can have 1 temper or so and have significantly better roll ranges, and then they only start dropping at like, I don't know, 15 or so. I don't mind which level it's going to be, but not at the start. So as soon as you are full blue and your first rare item drops, you're going to go like, yes, log in. You have that ancestral moment that you have later on, a little bit earlier, a little bit toned down compared to the ancestral moment, but it's there. And as soon as you do the same jump at like, I don't know, 40, 50 or whatever, from rare to legendary, you will go like, oh, I just got my legendary. Let's go back to the town, stop whatever I'm doing right now, and go imprint the item because it's worth my time because it's such a big upgrade. I think by getting rid of importance of rare and magic item, you do not have these cool drop moments at all during leveling because everything's just legendary.
Something I've talked about in the past is something PoE 2 is doing now, right? So PoE 1, you have all your skill gems locked on your gear, right? So there's two major things with itemization in PoE 1. You have your item and the modifiers. You have defensive and offensive scaling, and then you have your linked colors and everything, right? So in PoE 2, they basically stripped all defensive stats from the skill tree. So now your gear is supposed to cover your defensive stats, like HP, for example. And your skills colors and your skills links is separated from the gear. How would D4 look if they had your powers is put on your slot, but not on the actual item, so that you would be able to change your item if you find an upgrade without having to reapply the power? Because let's be real, through the campaign and like up until you get to 16 and all that, you don't really temper. like you put your powers on, like tempers is something you do later on, right? I wouldn't go out of my way to temper that much. Like I'll maybe do a couple pieces, but it's not like I would fully temper all my gear pieces because I know I'm gonna want to replace them pretty soon, right? So I don't want to waste the resources. But if like the temper was on the item, but the power was separated from it, I feel like that would allow them to have a much more interesting itemization structure in general and incentivize people actually changing the gear pieces more often and have that feeling like, oh shit, I got an upgrade. Let's temper this without having to go through the whole process. Oh, I'm going to have to put a new power on it and all those things as well.
That is probably the solution. Because it worked for PoE too, right? Everyone, when they saw that, went like, oh, we should have had that from the beginning, right?
Mm-mm.
So it's probably the same way here. It would probably have the same effect of everyone going like, yeah, okay, this makes much more sense. But then again, leveling is so quick. Does it matter? Right? I do like the approach that you're saying, like the idea that you're suggesting. I would be all up for it. Just binding the aspect to the slot itself, not the item. I think that makes much more sense during leveling, especially where you're going to save the most time for this.
Yeah.
But then again, especially on alts, you're just blasting through, right? But then on your main, okay, this time we do have to play our campaign for the first time, so it's naturally going to slow down a little bit, I guess, in terms of like how fast is it going to be from 1 to 60. But then in season 7, I don't know how fast we're going to go from 1 to 60. It's probably going to be very fast. And then are you even going to notice it? Only
That's
because
fair.
you're not noticing it, you should probably still make it a good experience, even though it's a short one. So I do fully agree. That would probably be the best solution of just removing the aspects from the item and putting them on the slots.
I think that would be a nice solution across the board in general, at
Yeah.
least. But then again, I mean, now we're talking about Loot Reborn 2.0, right?
Yeah. We first we need Paragon board Loot Reborn. Paragon board Reborn. I don't know how we're gonna call it, but yeah. Paragon board Reborn. Man, there's still a lot of stuff we need to fix.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, there's a lot of like general issues. Like we talk about bugs. I mean, you remember when they changed the CDR, right? They were like, oh no, you're not supposed to have, CDR as much as we have right now, and then they made changes to that, and it felt pretty good, I think, in the end. But then you have builds like Necromancer or classes like Necromancer, who the entire design of it, I don't think I've ever seen a single Necro build without a Boron Decrepify, ever.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's just so awkward because like you're gonna need that. So, okay, but then you dig deeper and you realize that a Boron Decrepify is giga bugged. Minion stores and all those things. Like, and if they fix those bugs, well, suddenly the class is shit. And that's like something we saw when we had the Holy Bolt of Elixir bug, right, for Necromancers. The general consensus on Necro minions has been for a long time that it's a really good build, right? Or the archetype. And then as soon as they fix a bug that made it good, it suddenly is really bad.
Yeah, it was. We were racing in season 4 to kill all of the tormented Uber bosses on hardcore for the first time. So that was really amazing. Yeah. So I was literally blasting 28 hours on minion necro because that was supposedly the strongest build in that season.
Mhm.
And I reached a higher pit tier where I finally had to struggle a little bit. And then I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
Wait, we are falling off super hard because obviously on day 1 or like day 2, my first stream rather, we didn't know about holy bolts. I saw, okay, that somehow I do a lot of damage with holy bolts, but I didn't have that many. So I was like, well, I just saved them for later. And it was crazy because on day 1 I was like, I felt the fall off after, I don't even remember, pit 60 something. Yeah, 61 exactly. That's what you were farming for Opticide, right? So as soon as I start pushing into this, I was like, holy, we're not doing any damage whatsoever, right? So I was like already, oh my god, this is a big fall off, yeah. And then we discovered Holy Bolt and we were suddenly carrying everyone through bosses, and then that was fixed. And I was like, well, now you actually get to see the real minion stuff, right? Because I already experienced that in on day 1, and I was like, this is not going to be good. But speaking of minions, What's your take on the current situation with what we've seen in the patch notes?
Minion specifically or Necromancer?
Well, you can talk about Necro. We can talk about all Necro after, but let's stick with Minion as it's that fitting to the topic.
I don't know how it will compare to like the meta builds of say Blood Wave, Bone Spirits. Like I don't know how the fuck it's gonna be able to compete with that. But based on the changes they've made, there's two things, right? I think that what Crip and I was talking about the other day with Fell Gluttony seems fucking insane, but it was bugged again, so I have no idea. Like it doesn't do any damage, but theoretically it would be insane high performing minion build. And then you have the Mendeln changes. Now I never got the chance to actually play it. Did you have footage of the Mendeln, by the way?
No.
Okay, because I mean the Mendeln was like the way that now scales with minion damage suddenly brings up the idea of playing minion builds with Mendeln, and the changes to Kalen's edict. Thanks so much, J-Rock. Sounds amazing. But again, theoretically, I think it'll do really well. But the real question will always come down to the point where how will that compare to the actual high-performing builds of Blood Wave or Bone Spirit, for example? Because like that's a night and day difference. And then the other aspect of when you're looking at comparing specifically minion builds to other parts of it was that if you compared a minion necro to a druid minion build, the minion necro was severely underperforming, and the druid compared to the druid minions, and the druid minion was like the worst minion build you could play for druid. And it like that's terrible. And now with the changes, I think that's going to shift quite a lot to actually make necro minion builds actually do very well. But when we say very well and we compare it in a vacuum, Necromancer exclusively, you will always compare whatever build you're playing in a class with whatever the meta of that class is, right? And if the difference there is too big, it's going to feel bad. And then if you then open up the scale of looking at it objectively, comparing to other classes, because I remember back in like the season 5, we did the T5 Infernal Horrors, for example. Like you could do that really cool with like Blood Surge Crewers, right? Crewers Embrace and stuff.
That
like
was such a comfy build, man. Holy.
I know, right? But then
That
you
was
know
so
you
good.
cleared it fast, and it felt really good. And it's like, yeah, this is nice. And then you compare it to suddenly a Barb or Sork, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, now it sucks again, right? So
Yeah.
I have no idea how the minions is going to be in terms of like in a vacuum. I think they're going to do really well, but I have no idea how they will feel when you start comparing them to other classes, which will always be the case, right?
It's 100. And there's so many points in this discussion that I want to say stuff and you say it before I can say it. I do have to agree to so many things there. It's crazy how you just steal the ideas or confirm the ideas that I have in my head. It's crazy when you're just comparing Necro internally. I think you are okay with where minions are gonna end up because you have these season 4, season 5 minions as your last memory. And you're gonna be like, oh, this feels way better, yeah? Of course, if you then suddenly see Spirit Wave just literally annihilating the whole screen and looking cool and being interactive, then you're already gonna have a problem. If you start looking at Spiritborn and Sork, then you have an even bigger problem. How I always like to view it, but maybe that's just me. I'm not just a Necro player. I'm just, obviously I have my obligations, do Necro stuff and write the guides, and I do that. But instead of complaining about not being on par with other classes, I just join them. I just literally play them at some point and I feel 10 times better about them. Of course, for you, that's probably not always possible. And you want minions to be great all the time in an S tier build. But I found that just leads me down the misery path. When I super hard focus on just one thing, I love Bone Spear, for example, right? Quill Volley is just a better Bone Spear, if you're honest about it, yeah?
Yes.
So I would love, as long as Quill Volley wasn't existing, if I would have hyper focused on Bone Spear and would have tried making it work all these seasons after it got killed in like season 2, 3, I would be miserable about the game, right? But I was like, I don't want to be miserable about the game. at least not from a build perspective or the stuff that I'm playing. It's more about I can just if I see Dance of Knives or Spiritborn being cool, well, I do my necro stuff. I play the builds that I have fun with, where I don't necessarily care about how strong they are. And then if I want to play something that is severely stronger than what I wanted to play in the first place, then I just have time for that afterwards. I found out that this is the healthiest approach for me. I see, though, that it's probably not always applicable for you as the minion guy.
I mean, that's fine for me personally. Like, I'm more concerned about the perception of the players, right? Because, like, we as guide writers, like we talked about earlier, it's always going to be whatever we create, whatever we post, will always be compared to whatever the meta is for that class.
Yeah.
And if the difference isn't too big, then here's a good build. Like, you're not gonna be doing super fast tier 4 bosses, but you can do the aspirational endgame content, and it does well. But suddenly, when we're looking at the comparison of, hey, this is going to shit on everything in 2 minutes compared to something that's going to handle it in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and that difference is so massive that it's going to make, even if the playstyle feels good, when you get to that point and you compare those things, it's just going to feel bad. So for the people that are interested in playing that type of endgame or that type of fantasy and want to play that, to then have the idea that whatever they want to play is just going to be horrible no matter what they do, because inevitably they will compare it, right? And I think that's the problem. And I've not, like, I think that what they need to do is what Adam Jackson was talking about, right? You have like the hand parameter, right? You have, this is like where builds want to be within this scaling. Then you have the builds that are up here. They want to bring those down, and they want to bring the builds that below up to that point to have everything within this parameter, so that the builds that are not super meta, that is on the lower end of this, still does the things, but is still able to actually handle it and be playable, so people can have fun with it. But the problem that we see a lot in the game is that the meta builds are so above this bar, and you know, a lot of it is caused by bugs, right? And there's a lot of builds that's below the bar. And it's really hard for them to get everything into this little box that they want them in. And I think that's the issue, right? So one of the biggest concerns I had with minions specifically was how bad minions felt when it was not abusing bugs, like Holy Bolt of Elixir as a prime example of that, right? Because the perception was, because of that existing, the statement was minion echoes are good. They're super strong. They're great. And then when you look
from the devs, right?
Yes.
From the devs, yes.
They were like, this is good. And I'm like, no. What are you saying? And then they were like, oh, let's fix the bug. I'm like, no. What are you doing?
Please.
So that's always concerned me, because like I mentioned before, every Necromancer build uses Born Decrepify because it's a must with the CDR stack and everything. And that's bugged. It has been since launch. So what happens when they fix that? Like, the whole class needs to be reworked. So they can't fix it without making a whole class rework, and I don't think they will. So now we're just going to live with a bugged CDR, which they said they didn't want. So I'm like, what's the decision? Like, what's the step forward from here? I don't know. It just feels awkward, and I don't want to say the inability of making the builds in this box right that they want, but I feel like the argument of saying, well, we're just gonna play the instead of complaining about it, just join them. Sure, I mean, for us to place games to the obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours that we do put into games like this is one thing, but most people don't. On the 99% player base, definitely don't. Neither have the interest nor the time to do it. And that just emphasizes the problem even further. I'm not sure if you agree with that.
I do. Because the problem is always, I try to be as vocal about this as possible, especially when racing. Yeah, so many people come then and see us in T4 during the first stream, which is inevitably going to happen and on the 8th. Yeah, I'm going to be in T4. People just reached 60, and they're going to feel bad about it. But I always say that you do not have to do what we are doing as streamers. This is or for me, I'm trying to make this my job. We are trying to bring the content. We're not even playing the game. We're doing something completely different, right? And I'm so sad about us, or people watch us and then have less fun because they're behind. I feel so bad about this happening. But I don't know the solution to this. Comparison is a thief of joy, and that's always going to be the case. If you love minions, and if you do not look left or right, you're going to have a blast next season. It's going to be amazing. But of course, if you try to compare to the Spiritborn that just the T4 in the first day or clears Dark Citadel in, I don't know, 15 minutes and you need 30, of course you're going to feel bad, right? But I see that it's obviously all the hand comparison is just perfect. That has to be done. But then again, as long as that is not the case, if you like a build for what the build does and it delivers the fantasy that you are looking for, then you should also be okay with playing it and getting your fun of being able to play the fantasy and fulfill the fantasy that you have, even though it's a little bit weaker. I'm not advocating for you just suck it and play the build. I'm advocating for everything being brought together, but until that is not the case, people should just enjoy their time in the game. If you like playing a Twisting Blades rogue since season 1, and you have always played Twisting Blades rogue since season 1, then you probably had quite a lot of fun because you like the fantasy of the Twisting Blades stuff. Sure, you would have reduced the amount of fun you had if you would have looked at Barb and Minion Necro with Holy Bolts on your way, but if you stick to what you like and say, I'm playing this because I love this and this is the most fun ever, then I think you are going to have a much better time. Unfortunately, us streamers don't really help with that. We kind of amplify the problem there, right? So for me, that's unfortunately an unsolvable problem because I'm part of it. And I try to do my best with saying that you never have to do what a streamer does. You don't have to stream for 28. You don't have to play the game for 28 hours on the first day. You don't have to be in Tournament 4 on the second day. You don't have to do the Dark Citadel. You don't have to play hardcore. Please, when you like Sorks, play Sorks. And if you are having fun, you're doing it the right way. I cannot hammer this point home more often than I try to do on my stream. It makes me sad sometimes, unfortunately.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. Someone in chat asked if minions will be able to push tier 4. Yes, they will definitely be able to do that, even before the buffs that they're receiving. Will it be super high performing? I don't think so. Will it be able to do tier 4? Yes, with enough gear, investment, and time put into it, absolutely, you can definitely do it. The guy from YouTube chat said, content creators are the influencers that shape the perception of what the meta build is. Look at builds in relation to pit clears and Infernal Horde tiers. This is going to be the same thing with Wither and capping it. All right, that was another one. But yes and no. I think the whole idea of like the way we streamers play the game, we have that in any ARPGs or any game in general for that matter. Like we can have that comparison at all points. Like streamers play the game with such obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours that we're going to be able to do things faster and better than your casual Andy, right? Where the problem is that's only for the portion of the gamers that watches streams, watches YouTubes, and those things. And I agree with what you're saying. Like you should play with what's fun, right? That's the whole point. The game, people treat game these days more of a competition than they do as having fun with it. And fun needs to be the main part of it. Like we play games to escape reality and have a good time, right? And a lot of people, like, unless you're playing a meta, you're bad. Like the build's shit, right? And that's always going to be the case. And I think streamers and YouTubers and content creators in general are definitely contributing to that issue. We're part of that problem, and I don't think that's ever going to change. It's like you said, it's an impossible thing to change, no matter how much we tell people play the game for fun. I mean, shit, at the end of a league in PoE, that's when I do my off-meta bullshit that's barely playing, but it's fun to play, right? So that's one part of it. But at the same time, we also have to remember that the 99% player base, the majority of the players, most of those are not watching streams. They're not watching YouTube and whatnot, and that's going to set a perception of it. And in the end, like Adam Jackson did with the whole hand scale, they wanted to have builds be within a box where the lower build, the bad builds were at the bottom of this box, and the good builds, the meta builds, were at the top of this box. The problem is that they have a lot of meta builds that are way above this, and the bad builds are way below this, and they wanted to squish them together, right? Which is great in theory. It's really good PR talk, but in the end, it's not the state of the game we're in, right? And it's again when you look at a comparison of a build in a class compared to other builds in that class, and as soon as you talk about that and compare that to other classes, you get this huge scaling. Like you talk about Blood Spirit and Bone Spirit being such top performers of the Necromancer. Now I'm expecting that to be the top performers in the season 6 as well. But they're also bringing up a lot of changes. For example, like the Mendeln changes, for example, is like really good. But we don't know the Fell Gluttony, if they're going to fix that bug to make that actually playable. We have no idea. But in the end, I don't know. Like I think that if the perception of the game is that your build is good if it's doing, tier 1, tier 2 without too much investment of torment, if that becomes the perception, I think that's going to be a way more fun environment to be in. Because then you can make really fun, wonky builds. Like, did you try Crazed God Lowlife?
Woody tried it. It looked very concerning on the party health bar. It was like, oh no. It was like the party health bar was like ding 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 all the time. I was like, what is going on? I cannot handle this. It looked amazing. But yeah, it's like I hope that this is going to be exactly the case, that people go like, you know what, T2 is what we're settling for. If T2 is fine, we're good, right? And then you can do so many cool builds that do like weird stuff. That is gonna be amazing. Yeah, there's gonna be Spirit Wolf builds that are just gonna DPS with Spirit Wolf, and they're gonna work. But as long as you don't go above T2, you're gonna be fine, probably, right?
Yeah.
So I hope this is going to free this up. But I mean, if you look at Twitch on day 3, day 4, everyone is T4, and it's not going to help. Shaping that how do you say, shaping that narrative. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one to say. But then again, they also, we are also trying to kind of like warn people about T4 is not really what you need to do, right? This is absolutely not necessary. If you can, I mean, you can see this here on the footage that we have running in the background. We are literally blasting T3 bosses right now, and we're happy with it. We don't even, why would we even go to T4? If you have been paying attention to the B-roll in the background, there has been so many mythic unique drops. Why would we even need to go up? Right? There's absolutely no way, and there's not unknowns in the party, right? There's Woody, there's Mippy, and there's Ava. We're blasting in T3. When have you ever seen Woody running around in World Tier 3 when he wasn't when he was max level? That's not gonna happen, right? Woody is content with being in T3 farming bosses, right? So that should tell you how it's going to look like. Of course, we had some problems on the review access. If you look at this, I don't have master working on the gear, so we're missing some power. But then again, T4 doesn't have to be the end-all be-all for all builds. And I do hope that everyone has enough fun on T1, T2.
I think that most of the streamers will actually be farming a lot in Tier 3. And farming Tier 3 is not going to be that hard to achieve, even for non-meta builds. And I think that as long as that's the case, and like you would only really do Tier 4 when you can really blast it. We're talking about super min-maxing, right? Which obviously we'll be doing. So I think like maybe that will help the narrative a bit.
I mean, it's certainly going to be very good if you see 1 or 2 weeks down the line, people that are streaming the game still farming in T3 because it's just more efficient for their current build that they're running, right?
Yeah,
that's going to be very good for people's perception.
For sure. I gotta get myself a drink, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I need to pee as well. That's perfect timing.
All right, I'll be back then. I am back. Ooh, yeah.
1 second, GHAZZY, I can't hear you yet.
Alright.
There you go.
All right. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, though. I wonder how the meta will shape with Spiritborn. Because I feel like the circle is just, well, Sky Power being wonky is one thing. But I feel
I'm
like
very curious about Touch of Death and how, if that is going to be in the game or not. I sure hope not, but yeah.
Could you explain the bug interaction with Touch of Death for the people who haven't seen it, or not sure if
Okay, so
anybody posted footage? Sure.
Let me actually wait. I'll stop the.
Oh, you
footage
actually have
here, and
footage
then
of it.
No, I don't. I didn't play it. I would have loved to play it, but the problem is we were giga staffed for iron chunks and rawhide, so switching builds was like absolutely impossible, basically. But I can probably, if I create a new planner real quick.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Wait, is this saved? Yeah.
How is
there
Necro
is.
this season? I think Necro will be fine. But
There is
Spirit and
this.
Spirit will be great, and Minions will do very well as well. I think that we talked about earlier, me and Chronix, about the whole farming tier 3 will be very solid approach for most builds to handle. It's the whole tier 4 step that's very aspirational. That I'm not so confident that at least minion builds will be able to do really well unless they're super geared. But since most people, basically even streamers, will stick in tier 3 for a lot.
Especially for the first part, right? Like for the first, I don't know how many days, but definitely some days you're gonna definitely be well off farming T3.
Yeah.
And then I also think it's kind of okay that only the absolute min-maxed top builds farm T4 efficiently, and everyone else is just blasting T3, and I think that's okay. Kind of like also promotes the way of you wanting to play multiple builds. So if you go and really want to farm fast, well, you gotta play an S tier build to farm a little bit faster if you really want to, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. Why can I not find it? The problem is I am not 100% familiar with the names yet.
Yeah. Which power are you looking for?
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. I don't know the
what
name.
did it do?
But it re-triggers the swarm.
Infestation or pestilence?
Infest. No, also deals. Then it's pesty. Where is it? Deals space damage per now lasts longer and spiral outwards. No, that's the.
No, wait,
that's
the stinger one. Sorry.
That's the pseudo. That's the pseudo Hammerdin right here. We were robbed of the Hammerdin with the pestilence.
See if I can find it.
Wait. Why can I not find it? That is not good.
Fuck, what's the name of it? Insatiable, right?
Insatiable. That's
extended duration of
exactly
it, yeah.
There you go. And this now basically extends the touch of death. It's wait, let me read it out for people that watch your stream. Kills. Oh wait, I'm streaming this, right?
Yeah,
Or you?
they're
Okay,
seeing
so
it.
kills extend the duration of your active touch of death swarms by 0.2 seconds. When a swarm is replaced early, it bursts for 450% of its damage it would have done. It's increased because it's on amulet. But what this did was it was triggering from itself. So you were just touch of deathing, and then it go boom, 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 doing the full damage instantly all of the time.
Yeah.
So that's obviously not very good.
So you have this and the wonky sky power, right? So one of the things I'm concerned about, like I've talked a lot about the negative aspects, and we've been tackling a lot of the concerns and stuff like that. Let's just say that I think we're both in the same boat, that the season 6 is going to be fucking amazing. I think the expansion is going to be great, and I'm very excited for it. The biggest concern I have, though, is not like the small things or the balance power scaling between builds. I think the biggest issue is what we saw in the Necromancer Born Decrepify bug, for example, that still is not fixed. We have wonky sky power, and then we have the insatiable touch of death, right? There's been no confirmation whether or not these things will be fixed or not, because let's be real, if this is not fixed, it's very likely that a touch of death build will be like the meta for Spiritborn.
Oh yeah. But,
like it's
but this,
incredible how much damage this will do compared to like the footage we saw when you were doing damage on the bosses with your quill volley. That's crazy good. It looks fantastic, and that is like a fraction of what you can do with the touch of death approach with this.
yes, exactly. Like there's going to be a huge difference between these builds, and quill volley is already considered S tier in my book.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And touch death is a huge step up of that. But this kind of ties into what you said earlier, right? With the box that we have. I cannot remember any season so far that did not have a bugged build skyrocketing out of this box.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe if there wasn't any game-breaking bugs for a class skyrocketing their damage for a certain build, then we would actually have this box analogy and stuff would be much closer together. Because, yeah, I can't think of any season that had that. There is none. Where we didn't have something that was completely broken due to bugs. If we didn't have bugs, we would probably appreciate we would probably have a much closer range of builds, yeah? We wouldn't have this huge difference, which we would have right now if the touch of death stuff goes live from the absolute S tier, which this build is going to be, to, I don't know, some weird, wonky Spirit Wolf minion necro build. There's gonna be landslides between them, right? So if they can somehow get to the root cause of all of the bugs and catch them early and not let them make it to life, then I think we will have a much better time of staying inside of that box.
True,
But so far we didn't achieve it yet.
Sorry.
No, all good. I was done.
So I mean, these things have been reported, like in the Discord server. Like the bugs have been reported, but there's been no confirmation whether or not it's gonna get fixed. So I have no idea. And if it doesn't get fixed, then I mean, there's the build. There's the Spiritborn meta build. You do Centipede. That's it. Curious actually, because I had a discussion with the other guide writers over at Icy Veins, and what we talked about there was that we were doing everything we could to not showcase build guides based on bugs. And when that discussion emerged, I was like, okay, let's just delete everything that has to do with Necro, because we're always going to abuse a Born Decrepify bug. But you know this, right? That's the way it is. But like, then again, we also have seen that these things will be in the game, and this will make the Spiritborn build the best. There's like, you get Insatiable, you get it from a dungeon as well. You could start off by just picking up Quill Volley and leveling with that till you have Insatiable. Put it on the amulet. Now you're good. Like, that's basically it. Now, obviously, you'll have the resource management.
You need to work around the cooldown somehow.
Yeah.
Right? Really quickly.
You can make it a core skill.
But you can do that. So you make it a core skill, and then you fix resource, and then boom, there you go, right?
Yeah, that's it. All you have to do
correct.
is like make it a core skill, solve the resource management, and now you're done. And that's the build. Now the question is, because I was talking to, I'm actually co-writing the Spiritborn on Ice Veins with another one, and I was like, we probably shouldn't post this guide. But then again, I'm like, but if it's not getting fixed, then I kind of have to have the build. Are you going to post a guide on this? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, that's always also our problem. I'm not so far. We are a little bit more divided between classes, I would say.
Yeah.
So I don't really know exactly what's going on with the Spiritborn, what they are trying to do.
Yeah.
But usually we are in the same boat where we're like, if it's like a heavily bugged build, like Earthen Bulwark back then, right?
Yeah.
We said like, no, we're not publishing this. This is not going on our site. But in hindsight, you're like, we should have probably published a build, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously as guide writers, we're always looking at like traffic and all those things as well. But at the same time, it's like the integrity of the game. Like, it's not really fun. Like, okay, well, here's the class. Here's your ABC builds, and here's the S tier builds, and then you have the SSSSSSSSS plus build, which is bugged to the tits, and this is why it's so overpowered. And you post that because you always have the risk of like, oh, people start playing it, and then the day after they finally fix the bug, and now it's like, well, this doesn't work anymore, folks. You know?
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. Yeah, I mean, for us, it's gonna be easy. We're just gonna pivot, and it's gonna be fine. Yeah, we'll just find 2 or 3 other items, and we're good. But the people that have like heavily invested resources in getting that thing online, and then the next day they log in, they have a brick build, they're going like, "What is this?" And the season is done for them. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Not only for us, but it's also very dangerous for for the devs, which I think is the reason why they have resorted to the philosophy that they have right now, where they're just going to leave it as is, right? With the 28 combo points, with the ball lightning sock, with whatever we had in the past, yeah. But then again, this is going to destroy the season, unfortunately. In terms of just, if you're not playing this, you're doing it wrong. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, Necro is like, in the past, it's like you go Bone Spirits. This was before the Blood Spirit came to be. And it's like Bone Spirit or you do Holy Bolt Elixir. And then Holy Bolt Elixir is fixed. It's like, okay, well, Bone Spirit is, that's it. That's the play style now. That's what you're going to do. Or you suck, you know? And it's the same thing. I mean, Bone Spirit also had their fair share of bugs, right? So it's like, there's that aspect of it as well. But I don't know. I feel like we have to keep in mind to get some context for the people listening in on us having this conversation here. By the way, thank you for joining. By the way, appreciate that.
It's super cool, guys. I'm always up for this. I really like sharing thoughts, and I don't know how it is for you, but at least I rarely get to speak to peers about this because everyone is busy making content, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if there are opportunities like this or podcasts or so, it's so cool being able to talk to friends about all the stuff that has happened the past couple of weeks, months. It's always amazing. So yeah, thank you. I'm glad
I mean,
you had this idea. Thank you.
It's like when we had Macro, right? Yeah, we had Macro where we just talked about Necro. Jesus Christ, Rob joined in as well. Just had to talk for hours. But that's like the thing. We have this burning passion, and we're just gamers. That's just it, right? We're just gamers having a good time. So it's always fun to have these conversations because like everyone has different takes on it. For example, I did not engage with the vulnerable reset approach on the preliminary builds that I set up with the guys, for example. So I know for a fact what I'll be doing tonight. Like I'm gonna be busy, you know. So I mean, it's always fun to have those things, and in the end, it's always going to be better for the end consumers, if you will, because they just complement each other. And I think that's really good to do.
I had a blast with the vital strikes. That was amazing. Like having this little mini game to play with the vulnerable, whereas instead of having to solve resource or something else, now you have to solve vulnerable, which is kind of cool to me, right? Because you can't really go the paths that you always have been going because it's a different problem now. Yeah. So it was kind of cool having to solve for vulnerable instead of resource. That was, from a build making perspective, kind of cool.
Oh, for sure. No, I like that. So something that's really cool, like, you know, looking at this vulnerable, to go back to that topic, actually, did you have a lot of sources of lucky hit applying vulnerable as well, since when you stepped away from Seeker, right? So I'm guessing because the Quill Volley hits so many times, right? And then you have the Jaguar skill as well. So I'm assuming you had vulnerable on lucky hit as well, right?
For this variant of the build now, for this stage.
Yeah, I'm curious about it. Yeah,
Here I already had the Prodigy's tempo that is resetting all the cooldowns. If you look at the Hunter and the other skills on my bar, they instantly reset because of the Prodigy's tempo, because that's just the natural evolution of the build as soon as you have fixed the resource. The cool thing about Vital Strikes is it's a built-in 45% multi, but only as long as stuff is vulnerable, right? So So that's the kind of cool part about it. If you keep removing it and have to apply it all the time, then at some point it's going to get outscaled by the Prodigy's tempo, and the 45 multi you can easily get rid of as soon as you have like the Hunter permanently and also your Ravager permanently. That's just going to be a little bit more damage. But the natural evolution goes something like you kind of want to go to the Seeker and then fix vulnerable with Aspects, Seeker, and Roar. And then for that time, play Vital Strikes with the Quill Volley. And then afterwards, you can transform this into the late game version where you abandon the vulnerable concept and the Vital Strikes and go to Prodigy's tempo and start resetting the Hunter over and over again. And then Woody even has a more... We kind of try to compare DPS a little bit. There's also a Kepeleke version of this, which is a very cool name, by the way, for
The
the
weapon, right?
unique weapon. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, we were having a blast when we were on the Discord. We were laughing our asses off. We were like, oh, I'm playing Go Kepeleke for like Gorilla Kepeleke, because everyone was like, what are you playing? I'm playing Jar Jar Blinks, and I don't know. We were like doing abbreviations, and so it was amazing. It was super fun. And yeah, the Kepeleke version seems to be a little bit better in the very end game. So this is also just
But we're talking about
a
super
step on the
masterwork,
way.
right?
For, you mean the end game?
Because I looked at Kepeleke when I've been looking into it, and I felt like the only way I'm gonna make the Kepeleke actually perform is when I have like super high end gear.
I mean, the thing is, if you can, wait, let me show the Kepeleke for people. We obviously have spent a lot of time with this. Let me show people the Kepe. There we go. So what it does is it's a unique, it's a unique quarterstaff, which is a very good base. You want the block chance for all the other scaling that we've been talking about earlier. And it also makes all the core skills now additionally basic skills and free to cast, but they deal up to 30% reduced damage based on their cost. So you, as soon as you equip Kepeleke, which also makes it a very good early game item, by the way,
For leveling,
you do not have to solve resource at all, because your core skills are not basic and they don't cost resource. But when cast at maximum vigor, your core skill consumes all vigor and then makes the skill deal full damage again, large size, and they have a 3% multi per point of vigor spent. So not only is this an extreme mid-game item or early game item even, but also if you solve for that resource problem that Kepeleke creates with its unique effect, you can giga scale this to oblivion with maximum resource.
I think that my issue with it was the resource management. I wasn't really finding the sweet spot for it, which I think you seem to have done here with the Quill Volley with the vulnerable approach. So I think that might have been the reason for my experience with it when I was playing around with it.
Yeah, you can do that. Yes. Oh, Marshy is lost. Okay, let me grab you. Where exactly are you lost, Marshy? I'ma pick you up. We don't leave no one behind.
Put him in that big backpack and carry him.
Yeah. And like the cool thing about this is how many opportunities you just get within just one item. I think this makes Spiritborn so interesting to me. It's okay, I will keep listening. No, just let me know what you didn't understand. I'll gladly repeat.
What I liked about the Kepeleke was what you talked about leveling and being pseudo ranged with Quill Volley. That was absolutely tremendous. Because like even if you reduce the damage, you have this shotgunning effect, right? And you just equip this, and you were like, my resources are fine. I'll do a little less damage.
It feels so good during leveling as well. You're like, oh, finally, let's go. Just hold down right click now. Even though you're level 30, that feels so good. So, guys and girls listening, Kepeleke, you need to gamble for quarterstaff as soon as you can. Because as soon as you find this thing, you're going to feel super comfy instantly. What problem does Kepeleke produce resource-wise? No, it does not produce a problem resource-wise. It just...
you get reduced damage, and if you fix your like the resource regain, then you can actually fully benefit from it. That's the problem that you need to tackle with Kepeleke, essentially, is you want to make sure that you actually benefit from the second effect because of how much damage that brings to the table. And that's how you scale it for the end game. So early on, you're fine with dealing less damage because you don't have to care. You just hold down right click and it's so comfortable. But if you want to use it to scale towards the end game, now you actually want to make sure you hit that max vigor quickly and efficiently. That's basically the problem, if you will, to make it scale.
It's not a problem per se. It's kind of like you feel like I want to. You said it correctly, right? It's not really a problem. It's like you're feeling prompted or kind of like indirectly forced to also fix that second part of the unique text, right? But during leveling, you don't care. Yeah. It's during leveling. Oh, it feels amazing. Kepeleke is insane. Yes.
I don't think Kepeleke will be something I would ever care about using for the other builds. I feel like, at least for leveling, it's like Quill Volley is just so much better. I like Rake. I really did. But I mean,
What's the other options? Let's see. There was
I can show you.
the
For the-
sorry.
Ah, you mean for the weapons?
Yeah, I was thinking like the other differences for weapons in general. Let me see if I can find.
You have the Wushen Nakpa, which I don't see ever a
I never
use
found
for
use
really.
it. Did you
And
find
then
like? Did you
quarters-
find anything with it? If you could go back to
No.
the Wuxi.
I was looking for it, and I was looking at it when I found it, and I was like,
Yeah, that's my
it's like,
experience. My comment was like, I looked
I'm
at
like,
it, I was like,
I mean, I see what you're trying to do, yeah, with an implicit that reduces my ultimate's cooldown. That's pretty nice.
yeah.
But it's like I barely have a cooldown anyway, so I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
leveling, yeah, kinda.
But even then,
Maybe there's also something that
shine it for leveling as well. So it's like,
Yes. I mean, the good thing is it's a glaive. So if you're
Yeah.
not gambling glaives, you're fine, right? And then there's the Sepasontek, yeah, which
I
is
love
also
the
very
Sepa.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh my
it's really
God.
cool.
That with again, you wanna. What really made the Spiritborn shine when we played it was the fluidity of the mobility when you're fighting. That incentivized melee, but you could do that whilst being pseudo range. So like the Sepa to me was like Thunder Spike all the way through. That's it, and it was just so comfy. I'm not sure if you
Doing
tried
this with
anything else with
Thunderstrike, yeah,
it.
true.
Yeah.
You can basically play any of them, I think.
You can.
But like I gotta be honest. Obviously, the best performing. I mean, I like Rock Splitter, but Thunderspike is just outshining everything, kinda.
Yeah, I mean the way I see
Thunderspike is
it
just
is
blasting.
like,
Then there is like you can. Have you seen there is a Thunderspike version where you just you just evade all the time and you Thunderspike constantly and you play all the storm feathers and you're
Yeah.
just literally evading all the time and it's shooting out storm feathers everywhere.
I saw it.
It's so good as well. It's like amazing. Oh man, yeah.
I think
But
it's
I would
fun.
also like Thunderspike looks like the best one for sure.
It's mostly for the distance, right? Because like Rock Splitter feels like more of a buffer than
Mhm.
fighting with it. Because I didn't like using it as a main source of damage, but like the buff, sure, great, go for it. Thunderspike gets you the distance, and if you do the withering for the centipede approach, there are way better centipede thematic approaches than this. And let's be real, Thrash looks fantastic. It's like Rake, but it just doesn't perform because you have to be in melee range, and like the Thunder Spike was like so comfy with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Eagle skills look amazing. Although Eagle Spirit Hall does not really, in terms of endgame. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like how everything has their place. What I do think, though, is that kind of like the poison or the centipede themed skills are a little bit underwhelming if we not take into account any of the bugs, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't do a class ranking Pseudorus because I don't have enough experience with the other classes. But what I can do is, let's do it this way, Chronix. I'm gonna list the top performing ranking of builds or skills for the Spiritborn that I think will be,
Okay.
and then I'll see if that differs from what you would say.
All right, do you want to write it down? Okay, so I'll write it down like here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, but yeah,
Let's do
and then we
that.
can compare. Do you want to like include Touch of Death or no?
Yeah, let's include Touch of Death.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's...
So I'll wait. I'll do. When I typed in Touch of Death and now I'm hitting Enter.
yeah. I also
To
did
have
that.
Right, really? Okay, so now there is a little bit of a difference there, a visual difference. Okay. It's kinda close then, though. I think for what I'm writing down here. Okay.
Okay. Let's just go like the top performing builds.
Okay, I do 3.
3.
I have 3 written down right now.
I also got 3. Let's do 5.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got it. Now you got me thinking. Can I even come up with 5 total that I think are closer to the 3 that I've
Yeah, that's the
wrote
thing, right?
down?
Because those 3 are like above the box,
Those 3
right?
are so far. Do we? Oh man.
I don't know where it like. Ooh.
Why did I say 5? I could get 4
Yeah, let's
comfortably.
Okay. Yeah, well, I need to do a couple more enters here, so the visual difference is gonna become clear. Okay. There you go. I'm done with 4.
Okay, I've actually got 5.
Okay.
All right. You
Are
ready?
you okay with me having 4?
I'm okay with you having 4.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Wait, there.
Wait, can I stop streaming my stuff on the Discord? Like my stream is like stuttering like crazy, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there we go.
This.
Try to do the visual representation here as well.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I mean, yeah. I didn't test too much with the thorns, so I can't actually argue for that too much. I have other guys that tested it for me, so I have a theoretical info on it. But like, obviously, Touch of Death is like miles above everything. And then I would say Quill Volley plus minus the Kepuleke. And then I would say that the Seppa with a basic Shield Thunder Spike. And then I would probably put beneath that like Rake and Razor Wings should probably do pretty damn well in terms of performance, but nowhere near Quill Volley, Seppa, or Touch of Death.
Actually, do you think Sepasontek is gonna be that good?
I think it's going to perform very well, be very comfortable to play. But most importantly, I think a lot of people really want to have this double dipping or doubling down on basic skill, especially with how it feels, right? So it dashes towards your targets as well. So I think like maybe it's more of a popularity pick than it is of a performance pick.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with that for sure, yeah.
So I mean, metas are not always. It depends on what perspective you're looking at, right? Because it's like, take PoE as an example. Not now, but back like a couple of years back, we had alt quality gems and whatnot. And one of the highest performing builds in the entire game was Dark Pact. But the playstyle wasn't something everybody enjoyed. So very, very few people played it. Yet it was one of the strongest builds in the entire game. And because barely people played it, they buffed it several times. So like the very few people that played it were just destroying everything. And the gear was cheap because nobody played it. And the used gear nobody else wanted. So it's like super fucking good. Fucking amazing build. But barely people played it. So it wasn't considered a meta build. And I think Seppa will have the opposite effect. A lot of people will want to do it, even though it might not be the top performing build. So I think that's going to be in the meta, because meta is like the definition of meta is like, what is the definition of meta actually? I'm gonna look it up.
I mean, meta is actually very clear defined. It's most, wait, what was it? Most efficient. Ah, man, wait, I need to go here. I have it. Give me a second.
What?
Most efficient tactic available. There you go.
There you go. Okay, that's the abbreviation of it. But nobody uses that.
No, nobody uses that, and I would say that comfiness of a build plays a huge part in it, because I think it's a very good. Wait, UK actually had it. The Bone Spirit last season, or like season 5 rather, current season, was so good, but nobody wants to play it because you need to bone prison, corpse tendrils, this, that, here. You need to think about this, and now you need to corpse tendrils again, decrepify here. It's a lot of stuff you need to play, but if
like
you do it, the payoff is insane. Yeah, but nobody likes the setup playstyle, yeah? Or not a lot of people like it.
I mean, so, Holy Bolt Elixir pit farming was exactly the same. Group them up, pull it together, send the golem in. Oh, they're dead.
Yeah, but like Bone Spirit has like 2 more steps in there, right?
Yeah, true.
Compared to this, for example. So you, yeah, and that's why it's not so popular. Although it's probably one of the strongest or the strongest builds.
True, but
okay, maybe not in Infernal Hordes, but yeah.
Okay, well, like my problem with Bone Spirit specifically was less so about the setup playstyle. I didn't mind that much because I feel like the setup playstyle just made it more interactive for me to play. But then again, you know, play Sorky, you're fine, click one button. But what I liked, what I think a lot of people disliked about it is not just the setup play, because before you have enough gear on a Bone Spirit build, it's like you group enemies up, you set it up, you blow them up. If you fail, you're fucked, and I have to wait for your resource, right? Or you didn't get all of them.
okay, now you have to wait for resources or ignore those. And if you had dungeons where you have to kill all the monsters, now you're like, okay, let's wait for my cooldowns. So let's wait for my resource. Now I can do damage. And, you know, with better gear, that kind of like went away and became much smoother to manage, because even if you fucked up, you were still able to go again, if you will, right?
Yeah.
I think that was a bigger problem with it. And that also comes down to another topic we can actually humor. I'm not sure how long you want to be on this
I
conversation.
am here all the time.
Okay.
I have nothing better to do, and I'm enjoying my time here. So if you do the same, I'm glad if we keep going.
All right, let's do it then. So it's like we have this problem where the progressional aspect of it, right? Because we look at a build. Here's the final endgame build. I try to avoid all of the build guides from having the mythic uniques, because not everyone will have them very soon. And we also know for a fact that we talked about before that the majority of people reading our guides, then they're going to be very casual players. The majority, not all of them. And the result is that we're in this position where we can't just promote like a bunch of uniques. So I try to avoid that. And as soon as you do that, certain builds become significantly worse till you do have those things. Like Bone Spirit is obviously not, you know, Uber Uniques isn't that big of a deal in terms of that, but it does require the gearing to get that set up to get going right.
Yes.
And I think that that's going to be the same when it comes to, for example, like you talked about with the Quill Volley. Like Hippoleka, yeah, it'll be great with the setup, especially with the vulnerable approach they have with the resource management. I think that's fantastic as well. I love the aspect of it. And that will feel great when you have everything. But before that, like you mentioned before, like in the early stage of leveling, say like sub level 20, what you're expected to do is literally use Rock Splitter as a resource, like builder spender playstyle, right? Yep. And you're not going to have barrier covering your ass till you have everything set up so that you can utilize the planes of power and all of those things as well. Like it's not going to be as consistent. So there's a lot of those aspects in there too, as a guide creator perspective, where we need to make sure the build is performing before the people have that type of gear. And the more pressing the build has in terms of setup playstyle, the more important it is to not fail those setups, the lower gear you have. And I think that's just emphasizing on that not being that popular to play as, I think.
Yes. And that also then says that comfiness of a build directly plays into what the perceived meta is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Else everyone would have been playing Bone Spirit, right? If it wasn't a factor. By the way, I'm streaming again on Discord. I had a problem. I was streaming with 60 FPS. That was probably killing my machine. Now I turned it down to 30 and it should be a bit better. Maybe it's watchable because I'll just leave Realm Walker gameplay running in the background for the people to have an eye on.
Yeah. Do you have these in like a Google Doc or just on your rig?
On my rig, but I can, if you want, I can just upload all of them if you need any of those.
I wouldn't mind. Like I said before, like my sleeping schedule's been so fucked.
Sure.
Like
I'm glad to share. I'll just pack them all up and blast them on a G drive and send you the link afterwards.
Yeah. Did you were you part of the group we made after the SPIRITBORN playtest?
I wasn't there.
Right. Fuck. Yeah. Like I said,
I wasn't even there.
We had
all good, GHAZZY.
I
wasn't even there. I was probably I was too, how do you say? I mean, I was a little bit, I was like, when I saw everyone was invited, I was like, man, gotta pump up those numbers, you know? I'm like, not jealous at all. I'm like, this is more of like a, it makes me want to push harder, right? I was like, okay, gotta step it up a notch, you know? Like, gotta blast the videos, grow a little bit more, and then I can be part of that. And then I think like a 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe even 2 weeks after Bloodshed messaged me, and he was like, hey, you wanna join us on some secret stuff in LA? And I'm like, oh yes, of course. So I was like, yeah, I'm happy I got to pass up on the, well, not happy, but I was like, okay, I'm okay with passing up on that one, because I was able to join on the Las Vegas stuff, or the not Las Vegas. What am I talking about? The Irvine stuff.
The Irvine stuff, yeah, in LA.
Yes,
no,
LA.
So I was basically having a commute to LA. It was fucking crazy. So
Okay.
I flew over for 2 different PoE2 events, and then it was also the Diablo 4 stuff, right? What we did, both the PoE group, like we set up basically, people play different classes in PoE, and then we basically grouped up and said, okay, let's just set up a Google Drive,
and everyone just shoved all of their content in it because it's like, here it is, let's help each other out, and then everyone was theory crafting and discussing everything together, and then everyone just benefits from it. And so we did the same thing with the D4 stuff. Started with it was Rob and I. We set it up together with a couple of others, and we basically had so much footage. It was crazy. It's like anything someone missed, someone else got. Right.
Oh, that's so smart. That's so good. Yeah.
So I really like that approach of when it comes to these things. Just like I said before, like when you and I and Macro was talking, Jesus, a couple of months ago now.
That's a long ass time ago already. Yeah. Wasn't this season 4?
Something like that. We should do that more often. I should talk to Macro, get him in here. Actually,
I can message him. Let's see.
Yeah, send him a message.
Wait.
So
Are you there?
It's like this whole thing with
he's
like
probably writing guides right now.
Yeah, I got to do that tonight as well.
I got to do that too. But the good thing is, I woke up like 8 hours ago or so because I'm switching, or 7 hours. I'm switching sleep schedule to accommodate the 1 a.m. launch. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically breakfast time for me. It's not breakfast time, but like lunch time for me right now.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen it, the footage we're watching is actually doing a Realm Walker, which is like world event thing that you should do because you get some really cool flask that stacks with flask effects for drops and whatnot. So once you killed it, it opens up a portal, right? And the portal, you don't get all the people around you. You're doing this solo with your party. And in here, this was in the dev stream as well. So you clear these things, this little mini dungeon, if you will, that spawned from this Realm Walker. And there was a choice right at the end. They have to make, and then once you clear this area, you drop, what were they called again? Opulence? No?
Opals, seething opals.
Seething opals, thank you. And they're like stacking effects, like with a stack with flasks as well. And what they do is they provide you with different benefits, either dropping more material like herbs and shit, or equipment and whatnot. So like there's some pretty cool ways to increase drop rates of target farming, if you will, to some degree. So you see here, pay 1 iron chunk, you can choose between 3 different ones. You have materials here and equipment. And the first one was herbs, right? Which cost some currency. And then he does that. It was gold in the first one. There we go. And then you can open the portal and you go in here, and you're going to have to fight the boss for this, and you get these specific drops from this. I actually think this is a really cool system to do, and something a lot of people will do very early on.
Yes,
but
it's going to be amazing to kind of like equal out the stuff that you're missing. I think that's going to be amazing. And you should definitely be doing this very early on, because the opals not only increase the not only make it available for you to start farming reputation for the seasonal mechanic, the reputation board that we know from the previous seasons, for example, but they also give you 15% multiplicative damage that stacks with your normal elixirs and incenses.
Yeah.
So you're going to get huge XP bonuses. So instantly when you're done with the campaign, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to run to one of the Realm Walker events and blast them.
Yeah.
To get the opals.
And I would recommend doing the material drops. Try to get as much of that as possible. And the reason for that is you want to have enough resources to get everything you want. And I'm talking like you mentioned, incenses, flasks, and having these opals as well. Being able to sustain those will help a lot, especially when it comes to speeding up the Paragon levels once you hit level 60. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, this footage we're watching, it's basically the leveling approach that you did with the Quill Volley, where you had the
100%.
secret charges.
I wanted to. You are in my head, GHAZZY. It's making me scared at this point. I just wanted to say this because I wanted to point out that this is exactly the leveling approach that I took. The soar has the vulnerable upgrade that after you soar, you make stuff vulnerable, which is this little cloud. And obviously, the Seeker also does the same thing. Macro said he is updating guides.
You didn't do this with Jaguar Gorilla. I think that's what you played at the end game.
At this point, it was Jaguar, so you get a lot of text
speed. Yeah. So something that I'd like to point out, I'm not sure if you did it, but I'm assuming you did, but there's a passive that's not been available on any planner that I've seen. Maybe the Maxwell one has it now, actually. There's the third cluster of nodes. There's a 3 different passive nodes on the left side.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. There's 3 one, and the first node there gives you a passive lucky hit chance depending on which type of weapon type you're running.
and one of them is lucky hit vulnerable if you use a
Yes.
glaive.
Yes, we have this one. Oh, see, look at me. the habits.
Old habits die hard, man.
Yeah, it's hard. Is it this one?
No, up. So no, one more
up?
closer there.
This
That
one. There you go.
Focal
Yes.
point. Yeah.
You could for sure during leveling. You are 100% correct. A polearm would probably be amazing for that build in particular.
The problem with this that I encountered a lot with was that this is why I deviated when I went with invulnerability as a sustainer. Oh, sorry, there I go.
There we go.
So, like, when you're leveling, you want to equip the best weapon in the story. But if it's not too big of a difference, you will benefit quality of life-wise and sustain-wise with this type of approach by making sure it's a polearm. Unless the weapon is so much better, you want to stay with a polearm. And what it also does is that allows you to use the gambling.
Vital strikes or what?
No, like the gambling of obolobolos, just to get the just to get that legendary weapon. That's something I did after the campaign. I just gambled some polearms to get a legendary one that will be my first initial weapon upgrade. And then I made sure it was a polearm so I could have that lucky hit on vulnerable, which felt really good. And the Kepeleke is a quarterstaff, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because it's the block chance one, right? So the problem there is like, do you push Obolobos for Kepeleke or do you do polearm for the comfortability? Because when you're leveling, having this extra chance, because when you're pushing this through, you're not going to have a guaranteed secret charges. You're not going to be able to. Thanks so much for the raid, Uncle John. Appreciate it. You're not going to have a position where you're going to guarantee that. So a cursed touch power is really good. Get that extra vulnerable for the essence sustain. You have the seeker, but when the seeker's off, you're in this position where now you're forced to use your rock splitter to generate some essence back and waiting for your cooldowns, right? So that was like a little balance act that I didn't like. So that's why I deviated very early when I tried it out. But I think that if you try to force yourself into polearm with it, that can actually help a lot considering how many hits you actually generate with quill volleys. But then again, getting Kepeleke early, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I think if one or the other option wouldn't exist, you'd be super fine. But since you have Kepeleke and you have the polearm lucky hit chance to make vulnerable, you're like, well, Kepeleke is just that little bit more comfy, right?
Yeah,
So
it is.
I think you should gamble quarterstaff for sure when you have ovals.
I think so.
Let me actually quickly switch headsets because my ears hurt with these earbuds.
Oh. Oh, man. Thanks so much for the raid, Uncle John. Appreciate it, man. Welcome in, dudes. It's funny that he mentions the earbuds, actually.
Okay, there we go.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned the earbuds. I've been talking about getting IEMs, right? And, you know, I feel like that would be so comfortable. But, like, the way I stream, like, I have some scenes where I have to stand up and whatnot. So I need to have wireless and wireless IEMs. Have you looked at the prices on those things?
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at, wait, you don't see this, right? When I do, look, can you?
I don't see anything.
Does the camera see this? Oh, yeah. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I have a cable running from my PC. I have also, I'm standing right now. I don't know if you see this, but yeah, I have a cable that is plugged into my Go XLR that is going around the table, and it's just super long. So I plug it here in front, so I don't even care if I want to switch or not. I do have my IEMs right here, and I can just, I mean, I just changed them, right? Like, it's super quick if I need to. It's so much especially on like long streams and races. If you have, even though the headset that I have, I don't know which one you have, I can't see because the picture is a little bit small. But
I have a custom made cushions.
Oh, that's
with like
cool.
cooling
That's amazing, man.
elements.
Holy. Because, like, even though there is basically almost no clamping force on the headset, if you wear it for 28 hours straight, there's probably going to be some clamping force at some point, right? So I defaulted to being able to swap them, hot swappable almost.
Yeah.
So that works insanely well for me.
It would be a bit messy for me with my sound setup, though. Like, I had issues with finding a wireless headset that didn't give me a headache after 20 hours. But these were like, this is the... I went from Arctis Pro to Arctis Nova, which I'm using now. and they're really good. And then I got these cushions, which are really nice because I don't get sweaty around the ear now after 20 hours with these, which is really nice. But
Yeah.
like one thing that always concerned me is the gamer dent.
Yes, that's true, 100%.
I don't want
That's
to shave
also
my
not
head
present
because
with the
earbuds. It would be terrible.
I don't have it right now because I've literally been wearing the earbuds for 1 week, but then after a week or so they start hurting. So I usually alternate between both of them.
Yeah. I mean, luckily I got my hair covering, so I can blame that. But you know, there's that. Now, but I mean, progression-wise, something that I realized when I was done with the campaign was I went for Realm Walker, and the first thing I really wanted was actually get Obolos. I felt like that was such a good way to get early gear progression because you could target stuff that you needed, right? So I felt like after campaign, do Realm Walker, and then like anytime you run across any events, like just fucking do them.
Yes.
Getting those Obolobos is so good. But I mean, you can always try to chase down the Kepeleke, but I mean, there's a higher probability that you get a legendary polearm than it is that you get a unique quarterstaff, right? Plus, there's 2 different ones. You might end up with a Sepe, right?
No, you can gamble polearms separately from glaives and quarterstaffs. They are
Wait,
literally
is
3
Kepe the only
different.
polearm or quarterstaff?
No, wait, Sepazontic is also one. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
true,
I
you are
thought so.
right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought there are 3 different one of each, but no, you are right.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
would you be angry about rolling a Sepazontic?
No. I
No.
would just start playing basic
Right.
skill.
Yeah. And isn't that one of the coolest feelings? Like you're just gonna right click and whatever you get, I mean that build you're gonna play. I think that's
Yeah.
cool.
That's fair. That's
Right.
fair.
That's cool. And I mean, unique drop chance from the Obel vendor is massive. It feels so good gambling now,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Well, it takes a while
It's
to get the
super good.
Obolos. Like, you're done with the campaign. You don't get that much. Like, you have to start, you do the Realm Walker. And obviously, I think a lot of people will finish campaign, do their Realm Walker, and then they're going to sit in Hell Ties and whatnot. And I mean, sure, you do Hell Ties, you're going to go for the events, right? That's just the way you do it. So I think that would be an effective way to get the
Stuff you need.
Yeah, to get the Obolos to try to chase that down. So it wouldn't be an impossible approach of getting that. I think one of the big problems I see is when you get Kepeleke and you want to go from that to now you want to use ancestral weapons, you need to get an ancestral Kepeleke.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is exactly the case.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little rough stage to progress through.
Oh, you just got to gamble it. Just hit it.
Just hit it, yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the approach of it, though. It's going to be real fun. We talked a lot about Spiritborn, and we talked a lot about perception and whatnot. Did Macro respond, by the way?
Yeah, he said he said no thanks. I'm updating guides. Unfortunately, he can't join. He's in guide updating hell. I should also be there, but
Yeah. No, I wanted to.
I'm having a blast. So
yeah, I wanted to go through and talk about these things, and then shut the stream off and sit up all night and go through the guides. It's gonna be
that's literally me.
Yeah, I mean, I got similar to you. I'm also working on the necromancer stuff, and then I have co-writing the Spiritborn class. I got 2 fucking classes to deal with, and it's like they gotta be done now, right? So I have some preliminary stuff, but that's kind of like the approach I have right now. Necromancer though, it's gonna be very interesting to see. Like, I think we're both agreeing that both Spirit Wave and Bone Spirit are going to be the top performing. I think Spirit Wave might actually be the more popular one because of less setup, right?
Yeah, Spirit Wave is the way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If you're not an absolute minion enjoyer and only play minions, you go Spirit Wave for sure. It's also, I don't know about, I feel like when I play builds like this, it's just, you feel smart, like you feel like, oh yeah, I'm doing something that's not intended. Like I broke the game, you use Blood Artisan's Cuirass to, well, first of all, you use Blood Wave to generate blood orbs. You pick up the blood orbs with the gore quills of Blood Lance, and by picking up the blood orbs, you trigger your Blood Artisan's Cuirass, which is spawning bone spirits for free, which are going to be your main source of damage. And I think, like, if you have a build with these many steps to finally come to your main damage, I think that's amazing. And I'm always having a blast playing this, where it's also with all the stuff in PoE, when back then you could like do these crazy convert builds when you were converting multiple times, and you were doing it's intended, it's clearly there, but you felt like, oh my god, I figured this out, this feels cool, you know. I think those builds are always going to be very good for me. What's this?
That doesn't sound good.
There's a Kitava plushie available now. Log in.
That's true. I actually had a moment like that just a couple of weeks ago. We there was as a guide writer, our main job is updating all the guides that we have, right? And we have to do that before we make anything new. That's always going to be expected of us. So there was this one YouTuber, I don't have to throw names, but there was this guy who made played around with some new tools that we were given this season in PoE, and then in his video, it was a good build. Like he starts off with the first minute of his video trash talking all minion guide creators, which we're not that many, so it was pretty
That's
obvious who he was
start.
talking about. Saying that we didn't make anything new and that it was like lacking innovation and whatnot. So I did what any normal streamer would do. Well, actually, no. Normal streamers would just dive into the drama and win on that, I guess. But I don't do that. I hate drama. So I said, fuck this, hold my rum, and let's do some innovation. So we did a fuckload of like new stuff. And one of those was speaking of conversion. Do you know what item Doriani's prototype is?
I would have to look it up. I have been out of the PoE loop for quite some time, unfortunately. Doriani's rings a bell, but what is Doriani's prototype?
It's a body armor that makes enemies lightning resistant, same as yours. And then it makes it so that hits you take is mitigated by physical damage instead of lightning damage. But dots still do full lightning. So you basically made yourself have minus 200% lightning rest. And there were people having different ways of solving that scenario so that you could still handle surviving those types of damages. So what we did was we did this whole conversion stuff, where it's like, instead of just converting hits, we made it so that any source of both fire and lightning damage was taken as either chaos or mitigated by our armor, like all together, like that kind of conversion. And it was like so fun to do, because it was one of those moments where like, shit, this is so fucking smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Pat myself on the shoulder.
And I mean, it's clearly in the game, they know that this is a possibility usually, right? And you feel like good about being able to break the game by using this, right? I feel like the Spirit Wave build is kind of like the only build we really have in D4 that goes and does that, right? Where you do multiple things, where you queue up multiple things at once, or one after the other, and then get a completely different outcome from where you started at, right? I think that's just so cool. I'm a huge fan of that.
What I really like about the Blood Spirits mainly is, unlike the Kepaleki that we talked about, is that you can have a normal Blood Artisan Curious and you don't have to upgrade it. Like, you want to, but the effect is still there, and you can run it at a really bad state and the build will function with that. So the build enabling feature of it is very easy to get hands on, and you can play it as soon as you get access to it. And then obviously you want to get a better one with the rolls and numerical values, but you don't have to have a fucking ancestral G8 one. You can have a normal one and that will still function. Won't really be as good? No, but the build will play exactly the way it's supposed to. And I love that aspect of I love the idea of playing a build that you're able to level with the build you're supposed to play. That's why I played Necromancers in D2, for example. Good luck with a fucking maggot lair, waiting for that one guy in the front. you know what I'm talking about. But I still did it because I love the idea of playing the same kind of build that I want to play at the end game, right?
In the end game. Yeah, that's you must have hated the PoE back then in 5 years. 5 years ago, huh?
I mean, there was a lot of stuff where it's like you always had to level with something else, then switch to build. And that always comes into play when we're talking about unique builds. And I think that's one of the reasons why I do love the aspect of playing with a Quill Volley, because you can level with it in a similar fashion that you will play in the end game. And whether or not you run with a Kepaleki or not, you'll still be in a position where the playstyle remains the same. Like, you're still doing the exact same thing. It's just a different approach mechanically. but it just feels the same. It plays the same. It just feels really good to do that. Whereas you have like the SEPA, for example, you can't level with it. You have to get it. And once you do get it, now your entire skill tree change, all your aspect changes, and now you're suddenly in a very different playstyle. All right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I kind of like that. And Blood Spirit offers that. You just need this one build enabling item, and with the itemization structure that is in D4 right now, you always want to change as soon as you get a better version, or if you get an ancestral one, that's fine for that build. Whereas the Kepaleki, if we go back to that again, with the Kepaleki approach, you get a normal one. There's no fucking way you would play with a normal one when you start getting ancestral weapons. You will have to go back to the leveling version of Volley and play that with the ancestral weapon, because you're going to do so much more damage to that compared to the normal Kepaleki approach, right? And that's fine for Volley, but not so fine for other builds, right? That has the same approach. And I think that's really important to point out. But taking that aside, for those of you watching the footage right now, this is the party dungeon, right?
This is the raid, yeah.
Yeah.
We like to call it raid, but I think at this point it's not even called raid anymore, right?
What do the people call it?
I think it's the co-op dungeon.
People call it
Or
the
so.
co-op dungeon, really?
I'm not entirely sure.
What's the actual official name again?
Dark Citadel.
Like, will people call this the co-op dungeon in Dark Citadel? I don't
Oh no, it's DC for me,
DC?
for sure. I mean, Dark Citadel, yeah. I'm going
okay.
to DC at 1 p.m., you know? That's how I'm going to refer to it. Yes.
Is this raid aspirational? I would arguably say that the DC is it's like kind of optional. Like, people can play solo and just completely ignore it, but it's fun. And this is the party finder for function as well. So like you can play solo and just get a random group as well. I think it's really cool with the idea of like actually working together with what was it? There was one spot where one player had to do the one side, the other player had to do another side, or whatever it was, right? Because I didn't actually play this. I've only seen footage and talked to people who did it. I didn't have time to do it. My schedule basically put me at playing super late at night. So the guys I did play with, they were sleeping when I did it.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a lot of it's cool. I like it.
Sounds
It's like there is one boss that I'm very scared of in hardcore for Torment 4, but everything else is doable.
Is it
There's this
sorry?
The second boss is just blasting, man.
Oh.
It's insane. I don't know.
It's pretty good.
It's literally blasting.
From what I've seen, at least. The
Yeah,
burst damage. No, like again, I've only seen it.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. It shows the taunt, like the aggro with this line, so you can kind of sometimes you need to pay, if you want to play it perfectly, you want to pay attention to the aggro line sometimes, and I'm very happy with the game mode. I do have to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like it sounds rough to find a group for DC in hardcore.
Yes.
I think in hardcore that might be the problem, yes, because like if you don't do it the right way, you will die.
Oh, you. And the problem is if one person dies, you're dead. Your party just goes boom if you don't instantly notice that one person dies. Yeah. If one person dies on hardcore, you instantly need to scroll.
Yeah.
Else it's back to Kyowa shot instantly.
Yeah. No, there's that. But I think that's hardcore is like, I don't think that's something to worry about, because the people that do play hardcore, I think that they are not the casual players. So, but it's very important to point out that I don't think that, I would maybe consider it aspirational, to be fair. It is at that point, but I wouldn't say that it's mandatory. But there's the weekly rewards, was it?
Yep.
That you can do as well. So it definitely incentivizes people to do it. But you don't have to have like friends, or you don't have to have like a pre-made group. Like, you just apply for it, like with a group finder, and get people to play it. I think it's pretty cool in general.
Definitely. And I'm very curious. We will have to find out how the rewards are actually scaling with the Torment tier, right? Like
True.
This, as Gazzy said very early, this is available on Torment 1. So as soon as you clear tier 20, you can go and do the Dark Citadel. It's absolutely a viable thing to do at Torment 1 as well, because the weekly cash is so lucrative in terms of the stuff that you get. But currently we obviously don't know the amount of scaling that the torment tier provides for the reward. That's to be found out, basically.
Mm-mm. I think that oh, do you remember when people started craving an MMO ARPG? This must be like 8 years ago or something. And then a couple years after that, we saw Lost Ark getting
Lost
more
Ark, yeah.
attention, right? And it seems like a lot of people want this MMO ARPG game. And the problem has always been for ARPG feature in an MMO where you feature these things, because the way people see MMO is like tank, healer, DPS kind of thing, right? And in an ARPG, every class is meant to be able to hold their own ground, right? So that already sets an expectation on that. If everyone is able to do everything themselves, then how do you then incorporate that in a party play approach, right? And I think Lost Ark did it pretty well. Not a big fan personally, but I feel like the way they did the DC, so I'll try to remember that. I feel like the way they did the DC feels really good, and it is fun to engage with from what I've seen. Like, again, I never actually personally had the opportunity to play it schedule wise, but I feel like they did a really good job in terms of the party play feeling to it, because you really feel like you're working together for a goal, and it feels good to do. And it's the first time outside of Lost Ark that I feel like this is done in a good way. So I'm very excited to see the progressional aspect that they have with the DC. Is like MMO, like PoE is considered an MMO RPG because you can party and whatnot, but it's the MMO features are like kind of whatever, right? Whereas in D4, it also felt like party was basically there to do rotations on bosses to make more value of your boss materials. That's it.
Exactly. Yep.
And now it's like, now you actually have a feature in the game or mechanic that you can engage with that is actually interesting. It's fun. It feels good to do. So I think that for the people that play solo, I would strongly recommend using the Party Finder and trying out the DC.
I'm actually very interested in how people are going to receive the Dark Citadel DC blasting. It's going to be... I want to see the reaction of people and then how they're going to like it in the end. A German name, Krass daneben oder so, asks if Dark Citadel compares to stuff like Clown and Lost Ark. Not in the slightest.
I don't know what the Clown and Lost Ark is.
Clown is so much further away in difficulty compared to the Dark Citadel. It's not even close.
Can you give me a TLDR on what the Clown is?
The Clown is a 4-man raid that has extremely tough mechanics with memory games, with side-scrolling Mario Party, not Mario Party, Mario-like features where if one person fucks up, your whole party dies instantly, and you need to reset the run, and this is not the case for the Dark Citadel at all.
It's more for hardcore, right? Someone dies, you're fucked.
I mean, let's compare softcore to Lost Ark, right? Because like hardcore doesn't really exist in Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
So softcore Dark Citadel is way easier than Clown was in Lost Ark. Way easier.
Yeah,
For
I tried
people
Lost
that
Ark.
tried to make
I
that.
don't know. I didn't like the whole. It felt. I don't know. I never liked Lost Ark. Never got a feeling for it.
The thing is, I like pushing boundaries and doing like the hardest content and try to push for world first and stuff. That is amazing to me. If you would give me a tic-tac-toe and would say, here is tic-tac-toe, here's a pen, and there's a leaderboard that you can see right here, have fun, I would literally spam that for 18 hours a day until I'm at my absolute maximum capacity. I'm that crazy when it comes to this competitive stuff. So obviously raiding in Lost Ark was like super cool for me, where I go like, okay, this is actually tough, where you have these hard modes that literally don't give any more gear or anything. They just give you titles, but they are just much tougher. You don't see the health bars, so you don't know when exactly and the next mechanic is going to be, and there's some different mechanics sometimes as well. And then when I see stuff like Belshazzar, did you see that by any chance?
Which one, sorry?
Belshazzar in Lost Ark.
No. I
take...
played very limited amount of Lost Ark.
Okay, that's totally fine, but you need to actually have a look at what is going on the screen in the Belshazzar fight. I need to show that. Wait, am I still streaming? I think so, right? Belshazzar Lost Ark. There's multiple gates, so therefore there is ascending difficulty. I'll just click on this. This is the first. Is this the first gate, or was this 1 to 4? This is 1 to 4. Oh, this is just an explanation. Okay, never mind. I want to see world first. World first. And the craziness that is going on. Is this the one? Yes. Craziness that is going on in this fight. And when I see stuff like this, I don't get deterred at all. I'm sorry, ATK, I do have to skip forward. But when I see stuff like, okay, wait, you don't even actually see anything here. There's someone in chat, maybe there. I saw some Lost Ark people who has a link of a nice Belshazzar attempt without a lot of face cams covering stuff. And also, why is the quality so low? Because I'm probably streaming a lot of things. Well, it doesn't matter. All things summed up is it's a very hard encounter with a bazillion mechanics that you do have to do at the exact same time. When I see stuff like that, I'm having a lot of fun and I want to do that. But obviously, yeah, at some point you get frustrated by having to rely on teammates. So sometimes even if you play it perfectly, you're still not going to kill the stuff. So I like the solo approach that the RPG gives me, because if I fuck up, well, then if I fail, then it's only because I did something wrong and I don't have to worry about anyone else fucking up except me, right? So I really like that approach about RPGs. So I don't know where DC is going to go from here on, where you go and
it's gonna be very
the
fun
idea is
to see.
great. But I mean, look at Helltide in Season 0 and then look at Helltide now, right? So if you look at that trajectory, well, there's a pretty high chance that Dark Citadel came through as many changes as well, if the community receives it in a good way or likes it. Obviously, if it's gonna go and do a gauntlet, then we'll probably won't see any more of those raids. But in case everyone
Gauntlet
likes
was
it, then there's probably gonna be more good stuff like this, right?
True. I mean, Gauntlet kind of. It felt. I don't know, dude. That was like disappointing. So disappointing, in my opinion. It's like, especially when people were like, pre-shrining and stuff like that. Oh God. It's like there's no point anymore. Like, why is it there? Whereas the DC feels like, hey, this is challenging content. It's something fun you can do with friends or public party finders and stuff like that. I do like the approach that they've found a good way to generate party-based MMO features without it feeling mandatory and without it being like, oh, this is just, I'm just going to burn through everything. It's piss easy. Because I feel like it's really good. And this is on Torment 2 and you're Paragon 212 already.
Yeah, but the gear is not representative of the Paragon level, because we had a bug with the Seething Opal. If you use the one specific one, you were blasting like crazy in terms of experience. So the Paragon level is not representative at all.
Yeah.
And also the gear is not good. Yeah, right. If you look at this, my average masterworking is probably like 0.7 or so, 0.7 out of 12.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I have other footage where we literally just run through Torment 3 from one wing. Like there's 3 rings, right? Wings. And we run through 3 wings in 26 minutes with a person that did this for the second time. And there is not min-max gear whatsoever. So you can be fast if you want to.
Yeah. No, I really like it though. But you said something like that caught my attention. Like preferring the solo play. So you were never like a big MMO gamer, like WoW or something?
I was actually raiding in the top 100 guild in World of Warcraft as a tank for basically all my teens and early 20s.
I did as well, but I did it as a rogue. I was co-raid leading back in the day. Holy shit.
A rogue. Wait, how did you get from... I would have said you've been blasting Warlock.
No. Actually, classic.
You're like
Shadow Priest, but no.
Okay. That would have been like on brand for sure. But like
True.
Rogue doesn't seem on brand.
Anytime I played a not WoW, I did summoner stuff and like shadow stuff and stuff like that. Always like RPG games or whatever, Diablo back in the day. But in a while, I played Rogue for 9 years, I think. It's co-raid leaning back in the day as well. It was fun. Good times.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I played a lot of World of Warcraft raiding and stuff like that. But the thing is, I tried starting out content creation with World of Warcraft, but I slowly understood that the content cadence of World of Warcraft is going to be very rough as a content creator, right? So the next best thing for me was like, well, there's D4 coming out, so let's dip my toe into that and see how that's gonna go. And now I'm here, so it was quite nice. And then obviously with PoE2 and all the other stuff, Last Epoch releasing, I'm like, RPGs is just so much better. The problem is if you want to stream like World of Warcraft or stuff, and I'm pushing Mythic Plus and I'm pushing raids, raid is fine, but obviously you want to also push Mythic Plus, then you need 4 people. You need to sync your timelines. You need to, ideally all of the other 4s are also streaming, so you can not only, so everyone is fine with just maybe doing a fun play every once in a while and yeeting one of the keys, right? For like content and stuff. And that was so hard to actually make happen. So I was like, okay, this is not gonna work, right? Like I need to focus on something that I can do solo. And I've been playing RPGs on the back burner always. While I was playing World of Warcraft, I was always playing PoE, so it was natural to just go like, oh, well, D4 is coming out. Back then we didn't know what was gonna happen, and I was like, well, that's the obvious choice at that point, right?
Yeah. It's funny because my first streams, I used to do a lot of PvP, like Gladiator and Rank 1s on my Rogue back in the day. My first stream was TBC, and I like just booted up because people wanted to see me play. And I had this radio channel, just blasted some music and played, and then I got banned for DMCA.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh well, fuck this then. And I, like you, I was playing ARPGs on the side, so when I wasn't doing WoW, I played D3 back then. Started streaming that with some friends, and then an old schoolmate of mine told me that minions are viable in PoE and feels like D2. I'm like, oh, let's try PoE then. And then I never looked back.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy, actually. But yeah, it feels like ARPGs for us that's played games for like a little older group, I guess, 30 plus or something. Feels like a lot of us, we play different games or we played MMO games, but we always had like this ARPG, like Diablo back in the day, as the thing we went to when we didn't have anything to do in the MMO game. We're like, okay, I'm done. Like, let's go play some Diablo. It feels like that's like the common theme of the ARPG veterans, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. And for me, at some point, it was also like from a streaming perspective, I was unable to find, like, in between the time I started and D4 coming out, I was unable to find a stable group that gets me the possibility of making content throughout a whole MMORPG season. Because if you're not pushing high and Mythic Plus or PvPing all the time, what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah.
So I was unable to find a group that would like literally blast 12 hours a day Mythic Plus and go for like rank 1s and stuff. I was unable to find that. And in the time, then it was like a month or so until D4, and I was like, you know what? How about I try that? Right. So, and it was the best decision so far. So
Yeah, and here
there we go. Yeah.
Making written guide content, some actual and everything. Pretty fun, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was not expected. Definitely when I made the decision.
I realized I haven't eaten all day. I do need to get myself some food, so I'm gonna have to call it. Actually,
That's totally fine, GHAZZY. I'll also shut the stream down now. I need to keep writing guides as you do too.
yeah. There is that.
And then I'll just gonna raid someone.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Good talk, man. We should do this more often.
This was cool for sure. I mean, there is PoE2 coming around.
True.
I am. Can I say this? I probably can't say this yet, but there is going to be. How do you say? I'm very interested in PoE2. Let's put it that way.
That's gonna be fun. Very excited.
So there's probably going to be some topics that we can somehow connect in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. Just hit me up, man.
That was super cool. Thank you so much, GHAZZY, for the idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a great one and good luck on the guides.
You too, man. Talk to you later. Cheers.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye, chats.
All right. So now we tested. That was cool with the whole stream collab thingy. That's pretty cool. I am going to have to call it, boys, because I haven't eaten all day and I got to get to the guides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to host you guys over to Darth Microtransaction, and I will catch you guys tomorrow afternoon. I got to be up all night fixing the guides. Hope you guys enjoyed. Little chit chat with Chronix. Last time we did this, we had Macro Boy as well. But I'll throw you guys over. It's playing Throne of Liberty. You guys give him a big warm welcome. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Till then, as always, stay safe, keep rocking. Have a great fucking night, everybody.